program vendor or contractor. Vital assumes that the definition was meant to include a comma after public agency. Therefore, line 4 would read, an employer means a public agency, comma, private individuals, comma, businesses, comma, and corporations and training programs, vendor or contractor, thereby differentiating public agency from private individual. In Section 467, rescission of conditional offers of employment, an employer may rescind a conditional offer of employment for an applicant who has pending charges filed within the last 6 months. Additionally, in 468, exceptions, nothing in the subchapter prohibits an employer from asking an applicant orally or in writing about an arrest for which the applicant is out on bail or on his own recognizance. Under the proposed bill, we interpret Section 467 and 468 to mean a person can be arrested with pending charges and be required to disclose even though no conviction has occurred. 467B states, employers who rescind offers of employment to job applicants due to a criminal history must, 1, state in writing that the applicant's criminal history was the basis for the rescission of the conditional offer, and provide an opportunity for the applicant to discuss the rescission of the offer with employers or qualified persons designated by the employer. This procedure does not balance the administrative realities that employers in today's economy are faced with. Vital agrees that a short written statement when an offer has been rescinded may be appropriate, but requiring an opportunity to meet with an individual is too managerially difficult. Furthermore, careful consideration ought be given to 467B, as it can provide a very toxic and tense and even violent result given the rejection calls for an in-person consultation. As such, the department remains in full support of fair employment standards and opportunities for all in our community. It is our position to ask an employer to comply with Section 467B would be too administratively difficult. Vital would suggest a review of the complaint and resolution procedure as outlined in the proposed bill. To provide some background on the national scope, according to the National Employment Law Project, nationwide, 37 states and over 150 cities and counties have adopted what is widely known as quote-unquote ban the box, so that employers consider a job applicant's qualifications first without the stigma of a conviction or arrest record. Born out of the all of us or none of us, these policies provide applicants a fair chance at employment by removing conviction and arrest history questions from job applications and delaying the background checks until later in the hiring process. Additionally, in the federal system, the Federal Office of Personnel Management has also provided a final rule called Fair Chance to Compete for Jobs, as found on their site, quote, the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, is issuing final regulations governing when, during the hiring process, a hiring agency can request information typically collected during a background investigation from an applicant for federal employment. In addition, OPM is issuing new regulations establishing the requirement for timing of the collection of criminal history information and for governing complaint procedures under which an applicant for a position in civil service may submit a complaint or any other information relating to compliance by an employee of the agency by the timing of collection of the criminal history information. Furthermore, the final rule outlines adverse action procedures that apply when it is alleged an agency employee has violated the requirements and appeal procedures that will be available from a determination of OPM adverse employee, end quote. Hence, with the adoption of the Fair Chance of Employment Act, Ban the Box, and final rule, Fair Chance to Compete for Jobs, I propose in Bill number 35-0115 seems a bit of a redundancy. Turning to what we are doing on a local level, we respect the position of the Division of Personnel that the protections in the proposed bill are already built into the GVI employment hiring process. Additionally, As outlined by the Bureau of Corrections, wraparound services are provided to ensure that persons who are justice involved can get the best possible start when they exit custody. VITAL is currently in partnership with the Bureau of Corrections to create work-based learning opportunities. There's a registered apprenticeship program in culinary arts. Moreover, VITAL has been successful in connecting justice-involved job seekers to employers who have landscaping job opportunities. Another division that is key in preventing discrimination is our Labor Relations Division that performs diligent investigation of cases in which claims of discrimination or potential wrongful discharge are presented. VITAL serves all persons, including those who are justice involved, in a variety of ways. One such way is with the Workforce Opportunity Tax Credit, or WOTC program. VITAL's Workforce Development Unit currently implements the WOTC, a federal tax credit available to employers who hire individuals from eligible target groups with significant barriers to employment. Eligible companies can file at https://workforce.vital.gov/WOTC. Employers must apply for and receive certification verifying a new hire is a member of the targeted group before they can claim the tax credit. After the required certification is secured, taxable employers claim the WOTC as a general business credit against their income taxes, and tax-exempt employers claim the WOTC against their payroll taxes. Individuals that were convicted of a felony and are hired within 1 year of the date of conviction or release from prison are included. WOTC allows employers to earn between $2,400 and $9,600 in federal tax credit per new hire, making the hiring decision and have no limit on the number of new hires who can qualify for the tax savings. The qualified groups locally are TANF recipients, qualified veterans, qualified ex-felons, vocational rehabilitation referrals, Nutritional Assistance Program, SNAP, or our food stamps is also referred to, recipients, long-term family assistance, and TANF, as well as qualified long-term unemployment recipients. Based on VITAL's reading of the proposed bill, the most significant change from the current law in the proposed bill is the increase of protections for those who are convicted. However, the grievance process, especially requiring a meeting with the rejected applicant, warrants further review. There must be a balance between the employer and the job seeker. I would like to thank the VITAL team and my colleagues for providing background and informing our suggestions regarding this bill. I stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Next up, we'll go to the Division of Personnel. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, honorables.
Give them a chance to get your mic on. Yes, it's on.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kenny Gittins, Chairperson
Kenneth, if you don't mind.
Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, committee members, non-committee members, ladies and gentlemen in our viewing and listening audience, colleagues and the Division of Personnel team. My name is Florine Ordain Hassel, and I serve as the Assistant Director for the Division of Personnel. I am here today on behalf of Director Cindy Richardson. Accompanying me today are members of our team, Ms. Aliyah Felix, our legal counsel, and Ms. Millicent Orbain, our Territorial Administrator of Recruitment and Classification. In response to your invitation, we are here today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0115, as proposed by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Bill number 35-011 is an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, limited use of criminal records in the hiring practice, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act concerning criminal records checks in the employment application process, Additionally, it amends Title III, VI Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and addresses other related proposals. Upon reviewing the proposed legislation in its entirety, regrettably, the Division of Personnel is not in support of this bill as amended. Section 4 of the bill states, the Director of the Division of Personnel shall develop and implement fair chance hiring policies pursuant to 24 VIC 465, which considers existing policies, including the use of background checks. We do not support this policy being put under the Director of the Division of Personnel. It should remain where it's at the Department of Labor. Section 2, subsection 2, 467 of the bill states, employers who rescind offers of employment to job applicants due to criminal history must, 1, state in writing that the applicant's criminal history was the basis for the rescission of the recession of the conditional offer, and we currently have policies and procedures in place to inform applicants when they have been rejected for job vacancies. However, we do not send out rejections to applicants based solely on their criminal history, as this practice is discriminatory. 2, provide an opportunity for the applicant to discuss the rescission of the offer with the employer or a qualified person designated by the employer. Our position is that this could burden HR staff who do not currently meet with other applicants to discuss why they were not chosen for the position, and it could be perceived as discriminatory. In the Division of Personnel, this hiring process already exists and is guided by the Virgin Islands Personnel Rules and Regulations, outlined under Chapter 1, Section 8, Equal Employment Opportunity of these regulations specifically addresses equal employment opportunity, stating that the Virgin Islands government is to provide equal employment opportunity to all employees and applicants, prohibiting employment discrimination based on various factors defined by applicable federal or local law. Under the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, Equal Employment Opportunity, Section 703, unlawful employment practices related to discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origins are outlined. This section prohibits discriminatory actions by employers, employment agencies, and labor organizations, including refusal to hire, discharge, or segregation based on these characteristics. Exception for bona fide occupational qualifications and security requirements are included. An example of a bona fide occupational qualification is a translator or interpreter. This position may require the individual to speak certain languages, which is essential to the job function, but may exclude individuals based on this requirement. Notably, this policy, Personnel Rules and Regulations, Chapter 1, Section 8, Equal Employment Opportunity of the Virgin Islands government is to provide equal employment opportunities to all employees and applicants. Employment discrimination of any type on the basis of race, color, sex, national origin, citizenship, age, handicap, political affiliation, and other such categories are defined by applicable federal or local law is prohibited. All agencies, including the Division of Personnel, are required to evaluate their personnel practices and take prompt corrective action as needed to eliminate discrimination. When discriminatory personnel practices are identified, the personnel director must be notified immediately and appropriate corrective action taken. This corrective action includes both restoring victims of discrimination to their rightful place and changing existing practices to prevent future discrimination. While we appreciate the intention behind the bill to provide a fair chance for employment to individuals with criminal records, these policies and practices are already in place in the government of the Virgin Islands. At Personnel, we do not erect barriers against persons with criminal records, nor do we inquire about any criminal record, as ban-the-box policies prohibit us from requesting criminal background information from job applicants before extending an offer. With a few exceptions, it incorporates federal guidance on the use of arrest and conviction records in employment decisions. These policies prevent the solicitation of criminal background information from job applicants until after a job offer is extended, aligning with federal guidelines. These guidelines recognize the potential for discrimination outlined in Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Employers can still request background checks for specific roles such as law enforcement or finance after extending a conditional job offer. Given the existing framework's comprehensiveness, introducing potential redundant legislation is unnecessary. Last November, the Division of Personnel presented testimony before the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety on Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title III, VIC, Chapter 1, Section 10, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of BIT, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information. In this testimony, we informed the committee that we have provided all GVI agencies and their human resources staff with the necessary information when it comes to background checks. Also, we met with the bill sponsor and other agency that would be affected by this bill in hopes of creating substantial legislation. We hope to do the same with this bill as well. We recommend that Act 8134, VIC 24, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, limiting employers' use of criminal records in hiring and other employment practices, remain as is under the labor laws of the Virgin Islands, as DOP has no control over the private sector nor semi-autonomous agencies. Before enacting any new measure, we advocate for thoughtful and comprehensive dialogue within the committee. This discussion should involve a detailed analysis of the current policies, their impact, and potential areas for improvement. Engaging in such deliberations will not only strengthen our commitment to fair chance hiring, but also enable us to refine existing practices where necessary. In conclusion, it is essential to underscore that the Division of Personnel is deeply committed to promoting inclusivity and equal opportunities within the workforce. Our existing policies have been meticulously designed to ensure fair consideration for individuals with diverse backgrounds and experience. At DOP, we encourage all human resources officers of the Government of the Virgin Islands to remain in compliance with these policies. These policies, which encompass fair chance hiring principle, have proven to be effective in cultivating a work environment that is both equitable and diverse. Senator Gittins, my team, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll hear from the Bureau of Corrections.
Good morning, Chairman Giddens, esteemed members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and distinguished members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, as well as our attentive listening and viewing audience. I am Winnie Testamark, serving as the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. I express sincere gratitude for the opportunity to present testimony regarding Bill number 35-0115. The Bureau wholeheartedly supports the intent of this bill for several compelling reasons. As a correctional institution entrusted with the care of individuals within our jurisdiction, our mission aligns closely with Governor Albert Bryans Jr. priorities of ensuring proper care and supervision of offenders while facilitating their reentry into society. We have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact that fair hiring practices can have on individuals and communities alike. Central to the notion of a just society is the belief in redemption and the opportunity for our individuals to rebuild their lives post-incarceration. Employment serves as a crucial pillar in successful reintegration, offering stability, purpose, and a pathway to self-sufficiency. The Fair Chance for Employment Act embodies this belief, ensuring that individuals with past convictions are not unjustly excluded from job opportunities due to the stigma associated with their criminal history. By postponing inquiries into criminal history until later in the hiring process, employers can evaluate candidates based on qualifications, skills, and merits rather than being biased by their past mistakes. Research consistently demonstrates that gainful employment is pivotal in reducing recidivism rates, thus fostering safer communities and a more inclusive society. A recent study published by the International Journal of Social Science and Human Research in 2023, titled The Reintegration of Ex-Convicts in Society, a case study found that individuals who secure employment post-release are less likely to reoffend, contributing positively to public safety and societal well-being. Also, a study published by ScholarWorks in 2020 titled Exploring the Challenges of Reentry Among Female Offenders revealed that employment significantly reduces the likelihood of female ex-offenders returning to criminal behavior. Moreover, the Fair Chance for Employment Act aligns seamlessly with the Bureau's reentry program and our overarching 5-year strategic plan. Through initiatives such as expanding educational opportunities, implementing vocational training programs, and fostering partnerships with local organizations, we aim to equip individuals with the tools necessary for successful reintegration into society. We are proud to highlight success stories within our organization, such as the recent hiring of a maintenance technician who demonstrated remarkable dedication and commitment to positive change during his incarceration. His story exemplifies the potential for redemption and underscores the importance of providing second chances. Additionally, I am pleased to share that we have hired a transitional case management specialist who plays a pivotal role in our reentry program, providing personalized support and guidance to individuals as they navigate the transition from incarceration to community integration. Through individualized case management, our specialists assist in accessing essential services, securing employment opportunities, and fostering a stable and successful transition back into society. Meanwhile, the case management planner works diligently to prepare inmates for successful reintegration by developing comprehensive case management plans tailored to their needs and goals. In endorsing this legislation, the Bureau reaffirms its commitment to fostering a society that values rehabilitation, forgiveness, and the belief in the potential for a positive change in every individual. I urge the committee to recognize the profound impact the Fair Chance for Employment Act can have on the lives of countless individuals striving for redemption and a chance to rebuild their lives. regarding the creation and implementation of hiring policies for individuals with previous incarceration history, we defer to the Government of the Virgin Islands Division of Personnel and the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for their expertise and experience in this area. Chairman Gittins, I extend my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to address the committee today. I stand prepared to address any questions or concerns you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Next up, Ms. Kendra Roach, President. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Kenneth L. Gittins, other distinguished members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, members of the 35th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Dr. Kendra Roach, here in the capacity of Chapter President for the Society of Human Resource Management, SHRM, Virgin Islands. On behalf of the leadership team and myself, we extend our sincere gratitude for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0115, the Fair Chance for Employment Act, sponsored by the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory. As advocates dedicated to fairness, justice, and building a world of work that works for all in the Virgin Islands, we firmly believe that this proposed bill is a positive advancement towards providing equitable opportunities for individuals with criminal records to access employment, thereby fostering their successful rehabilitation and reintegration into society. In the business world, where accountability often extends beyond prison walls and into the lives of those re-entering their communities, equity becomes paramount. The overarching aim of the Fair Chance for Employment Act is to promote equity by providing individuals with criminal records a fair chance to compete for jobs, recognizing that not everyone starts from the same position. While equality ensures that everyone is treated the same, equity acknowledges and addresses systemic barriers by asking the question, how do we ensure that everyone has the same ability to contribute to their fullest potential, which in turn assures fair access and outcomes for all individuals regardless of their background. As such, the Fair Chance for Employment Act aligns with the principles of equity by striving to level the playing field and provide fair opportunities for employment, even for those with past criminal records. This proposed legislation also acknowledges the significant impact of employment in enabling successful reintegration into society for formerly incarcerated individuals. By offering avenues to stable and meaningful employment, we not only assist individuals in their path to rehabilitation and self-sufficiency, but also yield additional tangible benefits. This include broadening the tax base, fostering economic inclusion, alleviating the strain on the criminal justice system, reducing reliance on public assistance programs, and ultimately enhancing the overall prosperity and resilience of our territory. Recidivism data from states and jurisdictions that have implemented similar fair chance hiring policies vary. However, a study published in the American Journal for Criminal Justice found that individuals in Hawaii who secured employment through fair chance hiring initiatives were 57% less likely to reoffend within the first year of release, demonstrating the effectiveness of the policy. In 2023, the average recidivism rate across all states was 37.1%. Among the states that reported the lowest recidivism rates in 2023 were South Carolina, Virginia, and Florida. All three have pointed to reentry and rehabilitative programs, including their own ordinances or policies aimed at promoting fair chance hiring practices as part of the reason. Florida, for example, having the 6th lowest recidivism rate nationwide, has undertaken extensive efforts to overhaul its laws and regulations to better serve its growing population and diverse economy. The Florida legislature regularly reviews and updates statutes in areas such as business regulation, healthcare policy, and criminal justice to ensure they remain relevant and effective in addressing contemporary issues. One such issue included the restoration of voting rights and its dignity to formerly incarcerated individuals who fulfilled specific requirements. While it's true that states with higher recidivism rates may indicate challenges in prison reentry and rehabilitation efforts, it's important to consider various factors that contribute to recidivism. These factors include access to education and training programs, availability of support services upon release, substance abuse treatment, mental health services, housing stability, employment opportunities, and community support networks. However, it's also important to recognize that reducing recidivism is a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach, including collaboration between government agencies, community organizations, employers, and other stakeholders. Simply having high recidivism rates does not necessarily imply that a state is not doing enough for its prison population, but it may indicate other areas where improvements can be made in supporting successful re-entry and reducing the cycle of incarceration. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's Green Factors aim to assess the relevance of an individual's criminal history to their suitability for employment. These factors include 1, the nature and gravity of the offense, 2, the time released since the offense, and 3, the nature of the job sought. In the context of the Fair Chance for Employment Act, the exceptions outlined in the bill mirror the considerations in the EEOC's green factors by ensuring that criminal history inquiries are relevant to the duties of the job and are applied fairly and equitably. In conclusion, we earnestly urged esteemed members of this committee to champion and propel forward the proposed Fair Chance for Employment Act. By embracing the Fair Chance hiring practices, we not only reaffirm our dedication to justice, equity, and rehabilitation principles, but we are also extending this commitment beyond the public sector to influence private sector labor policies as well. As our legal landscape and societal norms rapidly evolve, the aging Virgin Islands Code, established over 60 years ago, demands a comprehensive overhaul to maintain its effectiveness in our dynamic world. This underpins the greater need for a collaborative, systematic effort between both the Division of Personnel and the Department of Labor, since overlap is evident and unavoidable, ensuring the successful implementation of fair chance hiring practices while addressing the evolving needs of our legal and administrative frameworks. I thank you for allowing me time to present our chapter's response, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. So we heard from the Department of Labor, the Division of Personnel, the Bureau of Corrections, and the VA Society for Human Resource Management. We're to also have testimony from the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce and the St. Thomas Chamber of Commerce, who are not here with us, but I think someone of the chambers had provided a testimony. It is not the practice of this chair to read testimonies into the record because they're not here to be cross-examined. I'm told that it is short. I still don't want to fall to that practice, and I'll just say that it is it'll be made as part of the record, but they do have some concerns with the measure as well. So again, the testimony from the Chamber of Commerce will be made part of the official record, and senators, it is up already, so you can have access to it. Let me also recognize the presence of Senator Giovanni James Sr. Welcome. Please mark him, Madam Clerk, as present. At this time, the committee will take a quick 4-minute recess for you to stretch your legs, refresh yourself, and we'll come back. Thank you. Committee on recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back on record. We just heard, we've exhausted all the testimonies on Bill number 35, that's 0115, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, relating to limited use of criminal records in the hiring practices. We heard testimonies from the Department of Labor, Division of Personnel, the Bureau of Corrections, and the Virgin Islands Society for Human Resource Management. Again, the St. Croix and St. Thomas Chamber of Commerce did provide written testimony, but they're not here for questions to be asked. And so therefore, I will not read the testimonies into the record, but I do want to make note that the testimonies appear not to support the measure. Each senator and testifiers, you should have access to their testimony as well. Do you have their testimony or no? Have you seen it? Okay, we'll make sure that a copy is shared with you. Clerk, if we could just arrange to print some copies for the testifiers, please. We will proceed, however, with a discussion on the matter, and we will proceed with a 4-minute round. But all of a sudden, I don't see members around. So,
Take a break.
we will recess once again, and Sergeant at Arms, please have all members report to the floor. Thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is on recess once again. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for March 12th is back on record. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I note that the both chambers are not here today. And you did note on the record that there were some concerns from the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce. And as I read their correspondence, their concerns had absolutely nothing to do with the measure. It basically was around their concerns with the gross receipt taxes that our small businesses are in fact incurring. And I wanted to make sure that I put on the record that back in 2019, I passed legislation that required the government of the Virgin Islands to implement or establish the Tax Study Commission and to send down members to be appointed to this commission so we could really review our tax structure so we could address these issues that our small businesses are experiencing. To date, we have not seen one person come down here to the legislature for consideration for the Tax Study Commission. The St. Thomas Chamber of Commerce, they are in full support of the bill, and they had the same concern that the Department of Labor has, which is under Section 467B, which I am prepared to remove because I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to the first senator, 4 minutes. Senator Bolkes, you'll be followed by Senator Johnson, who is in the St. Croix conference room. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to our testifying panel here. I want to say that this legislation, in my opinion, is a step towards creating a more equitable and inclusive society where everyone has the opportunity to rebuild their lives and contribute meaningfully. Regardless of past mistakes, chances must be given. Employment is not about providing a check. It's actually the cornerstone of rehabilitation and offering stability, even dignity, and a path towards self-sufficiency and survival. For these individuals who have made a mistake and want to change their lives, this is the epitome of a second chance. Supporting this bill is the belief in redemption and a transformative opportunity. I want to use, and I hope I don't get in trouble, but he's my boy. I want to use Damian Lang as an example today. And I hope he's listening, because in my opinion, he is the epitome, again using the word, of an individual who has made mistakes, served time, rehabilitated his life, and came back and is now contributing to society on a very high level. I want everyone to please consider that this morning when thinking about this bill. I'm not really going to try to drill on any questions because I too am a sponsor of this bill, and I commend the primary bill sponsor for her efforts to try to further carve away at what would be sort of like obstruction in the sense of individuals wanting to change their lives and be able to contribute successfully in society after making mistakes. I know that there have been a few concerns by some of the testifiers here representing your organizations or departments, and I wanted to just ask a resounding question. Considering how crucial it is for our community and our economic welfare, so to speak, how is it that fair hiring practices could be beneficial, not only for just a person who doesn't have a criminal record, but we have to address the worries of how we're going to make it as a territory. We know that we have a lot of jobs that are not filled, And in some cases, some of these individuals, they are just dying, if I could use for the lack of a better word, dying to have an employment opportunity. They themselves may turn out to be some of the best employees that you will ever have. There's only one concern that I have, and my concern is this. I would not want an individual to be hired in the area where he or she broke the law, if that makes sense. Another example to be used, and it's sort of a gloomy one, but in the event that, for instance, an individual rapes a child, they are not to go work in a school with children, okay? I know that's a very big offense, but I'm just trying to use it as an example, okay? Just for the theoretically speaking. I do not have any questions because I'm in full support of this measure. And I'm going to give back my time and listen to the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes Jr. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewer and listening audience. This is a no-brainer for me, and I appreciate the sponsor of this measure willing to do some adjustment to make sure that it go through. I too, support this wholeheartedly. I've worked in that environment, working in the Bureau of Correction, seeing people needing the second opportunity, and it's amazing seeing this piece of legislation. As I sit here today,
Thank you.
I am still assisting ex-convicts and getting them employment, getting them placed. But gentlemen come to my office every week up to this day. So this is definitely needed. And when I listen to personnel speak about personnel given the opportunities, the government do give those opportunities. This measure seeks to address the private sector, who many times are the one that not giving those second chances to, and in many cases need these individuals to assist them in their endeavors. I want to ask a question to Ms. Dr. Kendra Roach, and I know you have done your research. What was your finding, and do you have any information to strengthen this piece of legislation?
Thank you for the question. What was my finding with which particular part of the testimony?
You done some research and to determine the success of the program you mentioned. You mentioned some programs in your testimony.
Okay, yes, we referred to the fair chance policies that were implemented in Hawaii. And so what we were looking at is the recidivism rate in terms of how they carried it out. And I think they implemented this legislation back in 2000 or so, very long ago. And so there is several studies that proved that fair chance hiring practices, it does reduce recidivism.
Okay, thank you. And to the Department of Labor, what measures does the Department of Labor recommend for addressing any potential gaps or shortcomings in the proposed Fair Chance for Employment Act?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. Thank you for the question. The Senator Fred Gregory, identified the one area that we had as a concern, which was to remove the having to have a meeting with the individual. But the rest of the legislation we are in support of, because we do believe that there needs to be an opportunity for fair chances for those who are convicted as well as those who have been arrested.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I really don't have any question. I definitely will be signing on to this measure too. I supported it wholeheartedly. I'm walking to the Bureau, seeing folks not getting an opportunity to get back and be a part of this community. It's very sad. And we sometimes say, well, they're just repeated offender. But without giving them a chance, what do you expect them to be or become? We must give those opportunities so that individuals, when they come back out, they have an opportunity to be productive citizen and be a part of this community. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Next up, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senate Minority Leader. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present.
Good morning.
You know, I spent 26 years putting people behind bars, following the law. But I do wholeheartedly believe they deserve a second chance when they have, served their time, come out. They should have a second chance, and it should not be held against them. I'm hearing conflicting things in terms of labor supports, people support, personnel. I don't understand. Right now, if a convicted felon comes to personnel to get a job, is this bill needed? Do they have a second chance, a fair second chance? Personnel? Yeah, I could hold.
Please recognize the testifiers' mics. The senator is questioning the division of personnel.
Florina Dane Hassel, Division of Personnel. Senator, at the Division of Personnel, everything in this bill, we do. What we're saying is that the bill is a good bill. However, it should not be placed under the Director of Personnel. It should be placed under the labor law. So it could affect both the private, the public, and the semi-autonomous agencies.
Okay.
Put it under Division of Personnel. It's only for the central government. We already banned the box. If you apply at the Division of Personnel, we nowhere ask you if you were convicted, if you ever wore your hazard. We don't do that. So
that.
for us, we're in compliance of this currently.
Okay, excellent. I think that's a very, very good point. Make it crystal clear to me. One thing I want to understand, if I read Section 4 correctly. Section 4, Title 3, Virginia's Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452 is amended by adding a subsection E to read as follows. Presently, it only goes up to D. We're going to add an E. The Director of the Division of Personnel shall develop and implement fair chance hiring policy pursuant to 24 VIC 465, which considers existing policies included. 465 is what has been repealed. So should it even be, if we were to put that section under labor, would it be pursuant to 24 465, which has been repealed? I guess, Assistant Commissioner, you are also the Counsel for Labor. Could you just clarify that for me? I don't know if you have the bill in front of you.
I do, if you give me 1 second.
Yeah. Section 4, page 7.
1 minute.
I should may hold my time, Mr. Chair.
No, I will not.
No? Okay, well, I could give him back. Senator Bolkes. Okay, well, but still, even in regards to on page 7, based on what personnel say, I agreed what personnel said, but to put it under labor, I just wanted to know if it's even applicant, if we are going to put it under labor, would it be pursuant to 24 465?
Assistant Commissioner Nisha Christian Hendrickson for the Department of Labor. Yes, this section currently sits in the Department of Labor's overall Virgin Islands Code. That's the Title 24. So that's would be the correct location for it.
Right. So we're repealing that though. We're repealing that. So we're repealing 465.
Yes.
So would it still be pursuant to 465?
It would still be in that same area because that whole area is going to be removing the limited use of criminal hiring practices and putting in the fair chance in hiring practices. So it would be the same section, yes.
Okay.
Time.
So you just basically to have it with labor. I do agree and support with the bill, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear in terms of what's being repealed and leaving it under labor instead of personnel. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minority Leader. And I said I wasn't holding the time because if you need more time, you will get it. Thank you. Point of information, bill sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will make the point of information as misinformation is shared today. This bill is not being placed under the Division of Personnel. The responsibility that the Division of Personnel has is only tied to the hiring of government employees, as the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Labor has clearly indicated. So I'm not certain where the misinformation or the confusion is coming in. The Department of Labor's Department of Human Services, the Division of Personnel's responsibility is to write policy. They shared that they have written the policy already, and what we need to understand is none of us that are sitting in this room are here to turn stone, okay? And there will be people that will come after us that may want to make changes. And if we have what we have in law, and if this policy that's already written, based on what this proposal, this bill is seeking to do, then the Division of Personnel don't have to take the 90 days to send it forward to the legislature once it's enacted. Send the policy forward. This does not have anything to do with us individually. It has to do with us collectively and futuristically. So one administration doesn't change, what happens in the future as it relates to bandbox in the territory. That's basically what this is doing. It remains under the labor laws. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And before I go to the committee's vice chair, I must voice my concern. I want you testifiers, I will allow you to be able to expound on things, but just be careful on the abbreviated statements that we're making, because I am concerned now with a response from the Division of Personnel just now when you stated that you are already practicing the bandbox concept. I'm repeating what I heard from the Division of Personnel Assistant Director. And that at no time you ask about one's criminal background. I am concerned about that because at some point we must, because we've seen in this very government that we have people who are convicted of particular financial crimes working in financial areas as the honchos as well. And that shouldn't be. If we listen to the bill sponsor's intro, she specifically spoke and used an example that if you're convicted of an embezzlement, you can't reasonably be expected to be hired as a bank teller. But this very government seemed to somehow falter on ensuring that we don't put the rat to guard the cheese. No can do. I believe in law and order, and the laws and the books are in place for a reason. I want to also comment on the testimonies of the Chamber of Commerce. And again, today is a perfect day, committee members, as to why I don't allow for testimonies to be read, or it's not a practice for me to allow testimonies to be read into the record when senators may have questions for these individuals and they're not available to respond. But since several members spoke to it, to include the bill sponsor asking for a point of information, both the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce and the St. Thomas Chamber of Commerce submitted testimony and stated in the beginning that the bill is a good one, but it presents hardship on them. The St. Croix Chamber of Commerce, I mean, they went a little left field for real. Whereas it opposed the legislation because they feel like the public sector is grappling with anti-business laws. And namely, they went into a whole testimony of the gross receipt taxes. Nothing to do with the measure before us. However, on the other hand, the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce is concerned about, and rightfully so, the unfair burden that it places on businesses to validate why a temporary job offer may have been pulled back. And in other words, this practice sets up a legal challenge for them. But we understand what the bill seeks to do, and hopefully by the end of the conversation, we could come to some common ground and proceed, because we know that we're even expanding the second chance to ensure that people get an opportunity to showcase. These individuals have paid their debt to the community and should be given a fair chance of employment so that they don't end back up in the system. That said, Vice Chair, Senator, where is my head? Senator Fonseca, I'll recognize you for your 4 minutes, but before I do so, let me recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Please mark her as present. Madam Clerk, welcome. How are you today? All is well? Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and pleasant good morning to the listening audience and to our distinguished panel of testifiers. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings to everyone. Mr. Chair, I'm in full support of Bill number 35-0115. I support hiring individuals who have been rehabilitated and removing barriers to their employment. Let's give them a fair chance to get a job. Congratulations to the bill sponsors. And regarding the section 467B, the primary bill sponsor has already, made a comment, a minor amendment. So I encourage my colleagues, let's move this bill on to the next step in this process. So after this bill passes, we're going to remove the box asking applicants about prior convictions. Ban the box. 37 states have already approved similar legislation. The aim is to remove unfair barriers that may hinder such individuals from obtaining employment. 90% of the persons in our prison will eventually return to our community. The primary bill sponsor just said that today. As of September 2023, the Bureau of Corrections, they before us today, they reported that there were 426 persons detained or sentenced. We have 178 inmates off island, plus 248 are in prison detained right in the VI. The Bureau of Corrections director, she's here today, stated that the average age of our prisoners is 24 years old, Papa. When I was 24 years old, I even didn't consider myself a married man. I didn't get married till 26. This bill reintegrates individuals back into our community and reduces the chances of recidivism. Recidivism, that's a big word, Papa. And I don't have a PhD, but my good friend here, Kaiser Calwood, Dr. Calwood, knows what that word. So I'm going to ask you, Dr. Calwood, tell us what that word means, recidivism. Dr. Calwood, tell the community what that word means.
So the word recidivism, from a correctional standpoint, will be the rate in which individuals are leaving and they're coming back. So, for instance, if we release 100 people, and of those 100 people, 50 of them come back, then is something happening in the community setting.
Recidivism, that's the word for the day. That's what my colleagues say. You know, I got a couple questions regarding the Workforce
1 minute.
Opportunity Tax Credit Program. The Department of Labor's Development Unit currently implements a federal tax credit available to employers who hire individuals from eligible target groups. So I want to ask Labor to define two things. Define the eligible target groups and define the eligible companies that qualify for these eligibility requirements.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Thank you for the question. The qualified groups are 1, TANF, persons who are TANF recipients, 2, qualified veterans, 3, persons who are ex-felons, so persons who have been convicted of crimes, persons who are referred from vocational rehabilitation, persons who are on SNAP, which is a supplemental nutrition assistance program, what is referred to as food stamps, as well as people who are in long-time TANF recipients and individuals who are long-time unemployment insurance recipients. And how businesses qualify is individuals who are businesses who want to hire a person. It has to be a new hire. They would go to our website and apply. It's only for businesses that apply and file taxes with the IRS. So these are larger companies. So companies like Kmart would be an example of a company that would hire a person. And once they fill out the application, they would then go through a process to identify, to ensure that the employee that they're hiring is in one of those qualified groups. And then thereafter, they get a tax credit, and that can be applied to their federal taxes. Time.
Mr. Chair, can I just finish the question?
You may proceed.
Thank you. And so the tax credit, I understand, is about up to $9,600?
That is correct. So certain of the qualifying sectors have an amount of $2,400, and others is up to $9,600. But that's per new hire. So they could have an unlimited amount of new hires in those categories.
Right. So it's good for the economy. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to write that down. Recidivism. Thank you, Popa.
It's always good to keep Webster close to you. Thank you for your questions. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes, followed by Senator Francis Heiliger.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I stand in support of this measure, knowing that the sponsor of the measure will do her due diligence to listen to the statements made here today and to come forward with an amendment. So by the time we are in the full body, we can vote on something that is good for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. As far as Section 5 of the bill, which is page 7, it speaks to the Director of Personnel developing a report within 90 days. But I heard basically that Division of Personnel is asking for it to go to Department of Labor. That's what you're suggesting, right?
We're saying that the bill should remain under the Department of Labor, so it could be both for the private and the public sector.
Okay. Okay, so as is in Section 5, you think 90 days will be more than enough time to develop and submit a report on the fair chance hiring policies? Because many times we mandate things in the Virgin Islands Code and we realize, okay, that is not enough time. So I'm asking, is that enough time if it was to pass and fall under your jurisdiction?
Are you clarifying only for the central government of the Virgin Islands? Because, like, Senator,
I'm speaking as is in the bill, page 7.
As in the bill, it needs to be clarified. Because as in the bill, when our interpretation of it is almost that it's for the private sector and for the semi-autonomous agency as well as the central government, judicial and legislature, right? We don't control those agencies.
Okay, let's just say it is amended.
As amended.
As you want it to be. Is 90 days enough time to develop and submit the report for the fair chance hiring policies? That's what I'm basically asking.
For the government of the Virgin Islands? I'm just making sure, yes, that would be enough time for the government of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, that's what I want to know. I do not know how that amendment is going to look. But whatever it comes to, I just need to make sure that the language that we have here, speaking to the 90 days, it is more than enough. You understand where I'm coming from? Okay. And then the section that speaks to the penalties, I think it can be a little higher. We want to send a strong message to let individuals know that there's a fair chance and to not to abuse their power, because we know we're in a small-knit community, and in a world of good and evil, individuals can fall into those ways of thinking. So it's a minor suggestion or recommendation, but we just want to make sure that once this is passed, that
1 minute.
it has enough teeth so individuals can know their responsibility and to be able to enforce it. But that is not for anyone to answer, just a statement I'm making. But what I really admire about this bill is the section, that's section 469, which speaks to handling of criminal records. And I'm happy that this bill is coming along because it's timely. As we know, we just passed bill number 35-0178, which speaks to auto expungement, sponsored by the Office of Senator Javon James. So I think this bill is timely because based on the measure that was passed or proposed by me and my colleagues, which is now going to the full body, it speaks to handling of criminal records. So individuals who have been convicted but not charged, individuals who have been charged but not convicted, their records should remain confidential and individuals cannot bring it up. And I see here where this bill is basically kind of doing the same thing, but it's basically for those who have been convicted. And I just want to say this last thing. When a judge sentences someone...
You may wrap it up. You heard time, Carl, but you may wrap it up. Go ahead.
All right. I just want to say this one last thing. When a person serves time, depending on the nature of the crime, that's exactly what they have done. Solve their time. And it's the right thing for us to employ our people. Our people. So I just want to place that on the record. It is time for individuals to work and to give the system some relief when it comes to us being a welfare state to a certain extent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. And so you, things that make you go your line of questioning. I want to come back to the division of personnel. So as the previous senator was asking, what is your concern with this measure? And you referred to page, either one of you referred to page 7. What is your true concern? Is it on page 7, section 4, where it states that Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, is amended by adding a subsection E to read as follows, and that quote is that the director of the Division of Personnel shall develop and implement fair chance hiring policy pursuant to 24 VAC, which considers existing policies, including the use of background checks. Is this where you have a concern and believe that in particular should remain solely with the Department of Labor?
We're saying, Senator Gittins, that the bill as it is, it should just remain under labor because...
Okay. 1 second. Forget the bill as it is remaining under labor. I'm trying to narrow it down here. Mm-hmm. That's section 4. When you read it, is that the area that you truly have the concern with?
We have concern because it doesn't say the government or central government. So for us, in reading it, it could be to the private sector, the semi-autonomous agencies.
So I'll stop. Put the pin right there. So then you're assuming elsewhere, because you know that the Division of Personnel, and you eloquently stated it, only speaks to that of the central government.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So you know that doesn't speak to the private sector.
That's why we want to make sure that it is clear.
So then, I don't want to put you on the spot, but let me say to all testifiers, when you receive a bill and invitation to come to testify and whatnot, when you read through the measure, if you have any concerns, that's the time for you to contact the bill sponsor and get all of that ironed out. Because when we get here now, again, I am trying to narrow it down, because the picture that's being painted is that the entire measure is saying do away with Department of Labor having such responsibility and just put it all on the Division of Personnel. But I don't think that that's the case. I'm just looking at Section 4 and wondering if that's where you have the concern. Your legal counsel is here. Can you tell me if that's where the concern is?
That's where the problem comes. Nowhere is put it direct Division of Personnel until you reach that.
Please recognize the testifier, counsel for Division of Personnel.
Good morning, Aliyah Felix Blyden, Legal Counsel, Division of Personnel. I would like to make a clarification. Hopefully I'm not overstepping. But the position should not be, and hopefully it is clarified now, that the entire measure is to be under the Department of Labor. I think that is clear, that Section 4 is only saying that we are to implement a policy, which is also clear that that would only be applicable to the public sector.
Good. So, as long as you're understanding that, I think that the team should also understand exactly where we're going with this. And it is not for the Division of Personnel to create a policy that would affect the private sector. Okay? Thank you for that clarification as well. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the lawyer for the Department of Labor, because it is clear. 24 VIC, Section 465, is the Department of Labor law. This has zero to do with the Division of Personnel, only in the instance when it is associated with government employees. So I don't want us to continue to be confused in this discussion, because the public is listening to us and we are creating unnecessary confusion. 24 VIC Section 465 is it's the jurisdiction of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, as so eloquently stated by Attorney Christensen, Hendrickson, and Attorney Felix. So please, let's just move off of that. The only concern I see here is that the Division of Personnel may be under the impression that they have to do more work. That's it. But other than that, this does not sit under the Department of the Division of Personnel. Please, we are not making any laws that don't make sense, because then that wouldn't make sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and the name is Christian and not Christiansen. Next up, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I am in full support of this piece of legislation. I actually had already started quite a bit of research and was about to submit it in when I realized my colleague already had it. So I am for it 100%. You know, when I was looking at it and how impactful it was since Hawaii did theirs from back in 1998, I said, look at the difference prior to what it is now. And I saw the benefit of where this piece of legislation has impacted across the U.S., and I potentially hope that we could now bring it here to the territory. One of the things we have to recognize is that people mess up sometimes. People make mistakes. And if we have a penal system that says we're going to punish you, to continuously make that person almost be punished throughout their entire life is unfair. And I do agree that there are some situations where employers would need to know. I'm not going to act like if you have a criminal record of molesting children, I don't need you near daycare. So there's always going to have situations where those things are necessary. But for the mass majority of individuals, banning the box and taking away that person's right at a second chance, we need to make sure that this becomes law here in the territory. You know, we have a lot of things where we have registries for sexual offenders. You know, sometimes I wonder, well, if you went that far away, you don't have a registry for murderers. I mean, my argument is you're worried about them, but there are people moving around our community that have taken people's lives. You know, you say one, you say two. But people in our society need to have that chance. And for me, I don't want to pretend that I'm on the side of somebody that has done wrong and we're trying to give them a second chance. I also want to make sure that the employers that have to be concerned about people coming into their workplace is also protected as well. And would this bill in any way infringe on their ability to still do background checks or stuff like that, that would still give them that sense of security as opposed to just cutting off an individual just because of how they filled out an application? And anyone could respond.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. No, the bill is very clear that it only delays when the background check does occur. So instead of putting it up front and removing the ability for someone to even apply or be interviewed, this puts it later in the hiring process after that conditional offer is presented. And it still allows an employer to rescind a conditional offer in the event that they don't feel that the person is suitable based on their background.
Exactly. And I wanted you to put that on the record because a lot of times these hearings are for the public and that clarity has to be known. From the Department of Labor standpoint, do you guys track data as to what percentage of people that might have come out of prison to say are seeking jobs? Because that's an important aspect as well. So you could track the impact that a piece of legislation like this might have on our community.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel.
Time.
The difficulty that we have with that is a lot of people do not self-disclose.
Okay.
So in the event that someone does come to us and they say, you know, I had this difficulty and I'm trying to look for a job and I'm having trouble, or let's say they go to our Labor Relations Division and they say, I had been arrested in the past and I was prevented from getting employment afterwards, we would have that number. But many times, since they don't disclose, we don't have as many numbers as I think are adequately reflected in the community.
I know I heard time, but I just want to ask one last question in connection to this. Does the Department of Labor work with, say, the Bureau of Corrections or even the court system to potentially get that list that you could cross-reference, that even if they don't disclose it, you would still have some type of data to know that, hey, these two names pinged, one was in, do you collect information like that? Because like I said, we want to show that when we pass laws in this territory, that they impact and help the people of this territory at the end of the day.
Yes, we do. We do collaborate with the Bureau. We actually have an apprenticeship program right now in culinary arts, but we do work with them to make sure that it's a collective effort. They're housing them for a period of time, but once they come back into society, we have to work with them to make sure that they are the right fit for the next level.
Okay. Well, my time is up, and I do support this piece of legislation. I signed on. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And based on the response, again, from the Department of Labor, hence why we can't or should not ignore the concerns of the St. Thomas and John Chamber of Commerce either. So I want to ask both the Division of Personnel and the Department of Labor, what would be your suggestion to handle the concerns of the chambers as it pertains to as it pertains to delaying when you ask for this information and then having to now pull back your job offer? What would be your suggestion? Because as I sit here, I was pondering, so I could tell you what I'm thinking. So when you are convicted as a sex offender, you have to register. So I know how to put it nicer. If you get convicted for thieving, then when you applying for a particular employment, you should put down that you were convicted of thieving. Because I like the example used by the bill sponsor, that if you were convicted of embezzlement, you cannot reasonably expect to be hired as a bank teller. So how would you suggest the private sector handle that? Because their concern is the legal, legal challenge if they were to pull back the job offer.
So, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. In any hiring practice, there's going to have to be a balance. However, the people that they're losing out on by not giving them a chance to interview is more of a risk, especially in this economy. We know we have one of the lowest unemployment rates we've ever had. So you don't have the luxury at this time to be saying that we're not going to look at every possible person as a whole person. Yeah. Secondly, the Bureau indicated the average age is 24. So most people are going to work for 50 years or more. So a mistake that you made so many years ago can follow you for the rest of your life. I know personally, as a former public defender, I would meet people who were very young and it really changed their entire lives and their family's life. So giving people an opportunity to have the dignity of a job later on is really crucial. So I would say that an employer, yes, it's delaying the process, but you're not going to have a challenge if you rescind it because the bill does allow for that, and it also allows you to have an opportunity to fully vet the person. So that would be our response. Thank you.
Thank you. The Bureau of Corrections. Well, we're all agreeing that the bill is a good one and well-intended. I'm honestly concerned about the rehabilitation and education and job training that's going on for our prisoners or our inmates, both locally and those that are abroad. Can you tell us what's currently happening in regards to those areas prior to them coming out?
Okay, I'll defer that to Dr. Kaiser Cowwood, Chief Strategist.
Thank you, Dr. I'm sorry.
Who is the subject matter expert here? You may proceed.
Dr. Kaiser Callwood. So at the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections, we take a multifaceted approach. From time our inmates are sentenced, or even from detainees waiting to be heard by the court, and from time they have the ability to take a tape test, so we could really determine where they are in terms of their levels of understanding, the level of comprehension, to get them where they need to be. From there, they have the opportunity to complete their GED, or for those that already have their GED high school diploma, they can be able to be involved in a trade.
Now, slow down right there.
Okay.
Because it's sounding good.
Okay.
But is this mandatory that you do this? Is this happening 100%?
It happens 100%. Right, especially in St. Thomas. Right now, we have Miss Tanisha Russell, who's a case management planner. That all the inmates actually and detainees actually fight to be involved in the class. When they can't get in the class, is always an issue. In St. Croix, similarly, that happens over there. Every single inmate, because what we've been doing, we've been adding different programs. For instance, we have the Nucleus program, the tablet program, where even if they can't get from their cell to the education building, they're able to utilize that tablet and do a host of education opportunities. Also, we have the Oculus, where they're able to have these. So it's like, it's Oculus, but for the community don't understand, the goggles that you put, virtual goggles that you put on your eyes, where you can be able to engage in electrical and plumbing. So it's a variety of options that the inmates have, the detainees have as well, to be able to improve their level of skill set. So when they do come out of from our care and into the community, they will have those skills readily available so they can be able to work.
So the inmates have tablets?
They have the Nucleus tablet program, yes.
They have cell phones, too?
Well, I'm sure that in the prison set, this contraband, of course, they do get in, and we do whatever we need to do to ensure that we not allow them to have it.
But I wasn't asking that to be funny.
I know.
I was asking to see if that was also issued like a tablet.
No, so they don't, no cell phones, but an actual tablet. So something like this that Dr. Roach has that they're given. No, not necessarily a cell phone, no.
What's our population currently now in the territory? And I want to be clear for those listening and my colleagues that St. Thomas is not
it's a detention center.
It's not a prison, but it's a detention center.
That's correct.
So we shouldn't have really sentenced inmates there, but we know that we do have a few.
Right.
For whatever reasons. But
so
what's the population currently?
So currently the population
slow down for me.
Sorry.
What's the current population currently in the territory, St. Croix and St. Thomas? And tell me between sentenced inmates and detainees.
So I could give you the current population, the total, and then if you give me a second, I could give you the breakdown accordingly. So we have a total of 238, 155 in, 238 in total, meaning inmates and detainees together. Okay. I'll have to give you the breakdown if you give me a second. 238. So we have a total of 83 on St. Thomas. That includes inmates and detainees. On St. Croix, we have a total of 155, includes inmates and detainees, for a total of 238. So if you give me a second, I can give you the breakdown in terms of how many inmates, how many detainees per island.
And before you give me that, you can always give me that after. I'm not going to hold up. But what's the number that we have on the mainland as well?
It's about 240.
Okay. So do me a favor. While you give me the breakdown from sentenced inmates and detainees, I want you to give me a firm number of what we have outside the territory.
I can do that. And so you want that after I could send that to you?
Well, I would like it on record. I just don't want you're telling me we have about, and I don't think that I need it.
I said approximately because I want to give you the exact numbers if I can be able to research the information to give you now.
So that's what I'm saying. I want accurate numbers, so not approximate numbers. Okay.
No problem.
And I want to make sure that. So you're saying that, and both here locally and off island, they have access to these programs that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because again, second chances across the board. I want to make sure that, while we're discussing once they're released from your area, I want to make sure as well, what's equally concerning to me is to make sure that what is supposed to be taking place to rehabilitate them so that they don't return to your facility is taking place. All right? And Department of Labor. Can you expound on your concerns with Section 467, I believe it was, of the legislation that you indicated that you have? I think you said you had some concerns. You indicated that you have a culinary training program. Who is it? Is this labor or you?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner of Legal Counsel. Yes, the issue that we have is in Section B, and where that requires that an individual would be meeting with the employer representative after they have been declined a position based on their status as being an offender.
Okay,
but
slow
the
down
sponsor,
for me. Let me follow you. Section B, where?
467.
Under 467, that's on page 4. So that we can follow you?
Yes. 467B2, it's actually is in line 23 and 24 of the bill.
Right.
Where it states providing an opportunity for the applicant to discuss the rescission of the offer with the employer or qualified person designated by the employer. But the bill sponsor, I believe, indicated that she intended to remove or to amend in some capacity that language, and that was our primary concern. In addition, we had pointed out there was a few other areas of minor, what we believe to be typos, but of course they could clarify if that was the case. So outside of that, to your second question about what our WOTC program, that is a program that provides tax credits to companies that hire new individuals in qualified groups. And the website that we have, you can be able to find more information about it if you go to www.vital.gov, or if you go directly to the WOTC and search for that. So that's the two areas that you can look for that information.
Okay, and both to the Division of Personnel and Department of Labor, what are you currently doing to assist the Bureau of Corrections or those leaving the custody of the Bureau of Corrections upon their release from sentencing? Is there any collaboration going on right now, starting with Department of Labor?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner of Legal Counsel for Department of Labor. Yes, we have a collaboration with the Bureau of Corrections. We actually have an apprenticeship program currently where they learn culinary arts, but we do meet with them. And when individuals are released, we know for sure they've been placed in a landscaping area, but we're continuing to build out more programs with them. I know there's another apprenticeship program that we're very close to launching, but I don't want to spill the beans yet because it's not finalized, but we are definitely in collaboration with them on a regular basis.
So, again, these responses are sound good, but I want to make sure that it's happening, because I can tell you, even as a law enforcement officer, at times people are being released and law enforcement don't know, the victim doesn't know, and it's because the information is not getting to where it's supposed to get to. I wouldn't say that the Bureau isn't reaching out, but I will say that information is not reaching where it's supposed to. So in this case, I want to make sure that there is a firm connect between the Bureau of Corrections and the Department of Labor, that when somebody is being released, that you're there to assist in finding employment for them. This is, in fact, taking place, you're saying?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Division of Personnel?
At the Division of Personnel, we're equal employment employer. We don't have a collaboration with the Bureau of Corrections. However, from time to time, they may reach out and ask us about entry-level positions, or they visit our website to make sure that some of the inmates who may leave could qualify for some of the positions. And as we say, we're not the hiring agency, right? So we go by ban the box, and I know you had brought up something about that earlier. We go by ban the box, but all interviews and the hiring is done at the agency level. So it'll be at that level they'll make a decision.
We understand that, but normally when people are going for a government job, you all send them to the Division of Personnel website anyway, and you
Correct.
have to submit your application there. So this thing about is the individual agency, still, you go to the Division of Personnel website to submit these. And obviously what's going on with the relationship between the Bureau of Corrections and the Department of Labor isn't the same with the Bureau of Correction and the Division of Personnel. So we need to bridge that gap somewhere so that we could stop saying that we don't have people to fill certain jobs here in the territory. And I'm really tired of hearing that song sung as if we really don't have people here, because people knock on our doors on a daily basis wanting to be hired. And we're not the hiring agency.
Senator, if I may.
You may.
Okay. Many people get hired through the government of the Virgin Islands. We, individual who may say that they're not hired for one reason or the other, it might be for a myriad of reasons they are not being hired. But sometimes we have one position and we have 100 applicants for that one position. So some positions are really competitive, and there are some positions as nurses, doctors, teachers that we try our best to hire, and we do get individuals. And I'll give you an example, police. You would have in the past year maybe 200 applicants for the police department. However, by the time you do the background check, the psychological, and the exercising, it dwindles down to maybe 10. But there are individuals who qualify for a lot of these positions.
I understand what you're saying, but I wasn't going to the reasons why they're not being hired either, because sometimes they submit an application and there's not even a response.
Can I have Ms. O'Bain respond to that?
You sure may.
Thank you. I would like to put on record that an arrest or conviction record is not an automatic disqualifier, period. It is, unless it's a bona fide occupational basis, that's what we always encourage the HR directors for the various agencies to be able to give everyone an equal opportunity when it comes to filling jobs. We are in a small community. Yes, it is. There are many jobs. Yes, indeed. But you still have to meet the qualifications for what you apply for, and we want to make sure that we have the best fit when it comes to joining our workforce. So what we try to say is right here is that we have all these essential roles, we have all these functions, we have all these jobs, but it's equal and it's fair for all. Thank you.
So I'll say this and conclude so we could go to the bill sponsor. We have to help our people, right? Mm-hmm. And in helping our people, we have to do things right, but we need to cut out a lot of the bureaucracy that's happening. There's areas where we need to clean up. For instance, I'm thinking back, and people are looking at the proceedings now, and a whole bunch of messages going in, and I can't go through every scenario. But one for sure that has nothing to do with a criminal background. However, some that are in the system, in the criminal justice system, may fall to this as well. Whereas an individual may have left regular school, went to online school, or did what was the name of that school on St. Croix years ago? Caribbean something, right? And next thing you know, they got their high school diploma. They were in the government, and this is a true scenario. They were in the government, and let's just say in a driver position. And then when they had the reduction in the workforce, they were one that was let go with the promise that when we start rehiring, you will be one of the first to be considered. Now coming back, this exact position wasn't available, but they filled in another area. Good, because they got employed. But then the position becomes available and they reapplied for the position. And then now being told, well, you can't get the position because when we're looking at your file, you don't have a high school diploma. Well, I do have a high school diploma. I was hired before in the same position. Well, okay, now it's not an accredited school. How are we handling that? Especially if they were already in the position and even already in government. Are we still telling our people that they can't have that upward mobility? Division of personnel.
Senator Gittins, to what you just asked, that is a one-off, and we could have a conversation about that later on. However, that's something that's not typically done, but sometimes it is so. And the individual, for whatever reason, got into the government in whatever way. However, when they try to move up, and not only to the individual or individuals, we realize that the diploma came from a diploma mill. Now, that's not something that the Division of Personnel accepts. So it could be different reasons why, when they're trying to now move up, that they're getting that response from the Division of Personnel.
So again, we need to find ways to assist our people, because I'm saying if they're already in the system and we have accepted them, they're already in the system. We don't need to keep people stagnant. All right? And I'm still concerned with, again, putting the rat to guard the cheese. You need to keep an eye on that as well. Bill sponsor, Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the testifiers this afternoon who actually clearly understood what the intent of this legislation is. But I also think it's important that there was something that was said today that is very important that I correct on the record. And it came from the Division of Personnel, that this measure potentially can violate the 1964 Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 says nothing about criminal records. It speaks to race and gender. And that's why it's so important that when we come before the legislature and we make these commentaries, that we do our necessary research. So I just want to make sure I put on the record. But anyway, this legislation is intended to ensure fair chance in the Virgin Islands. It's intended to ensure equity and equality. Okay? We just saw the Cates Count data in the territory. We know that our poverty levels are high. We know of the challenges that our children experience in schools and when they leave their homes. And a lot of times it's because their parents, and in this community, in most instances, their fathers were incarcerated and cannot get employment. And our job as leaders of this community is to ensure that when we put our feet on the ground in the morning, we do everything in our power to secure the future of this Virgin Islands. And that's what I intend to do here today. We hear of, a lot of things that we say it briefs well. I don't really have any questions. It briefs well. We talk about, we want to improve our workforce development. We want to see workforce development. We talk about Vision 2040. And I must say that I am somewhat discouraged or concerned about maybe misunderstanding with regards to the testimony that I received from one of the departments today. Because if we are focused on developing our workforce and we are focused on Vision 2040, then this is something that we should want. And I'm not going to get into the details because I think my colleagues did the due diligence, but I'm going to share a story because stories matter. When I ran for public office in 2018, I met a young man in Oswald Harris Court, handsome. And he said to me, I was incarcerated, and, you help me get a job? That was his first question to me. You gonna help me get a job? And when I was elected, I did my best to get him a job. You know what? He is no longer here with us because our community failed him. He continued with the error of his ways because he just could not fit in. He wasn't able to get employment. So this is why these things matter to our community. We live in a very small community. Our communities are small, and we have to do everything in our power to do what is necessary. As it relates to the concern that the Chamber of Commerce have in this district in particular, it just delays the process. But they have to also do their due diligence and do the necessary background checks and the reference checks. It's a balance. It's a balance, but people need opportunities in this territory.
Time.
My time has been called. Allow me to wrap up, please, Mr. Chair.
You sure may?
This is a very sensitive issue, but it's an issue that people don't want to talk about, and we love to talk about. Folks say, Senator Fred Gregory, I was talking about women. Well, today I'm talking about men. I'm talking about men because the most impacted individuals in our territory around this legislation is our young men in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I have a responsibility, and I do not take it lightly. So I'm asking my colleagues to please support this measure as we look forward to seeing fair chances for all in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Attorney Christian Hendrickson, Attorney Hodge, and Dr. Roach and Dr. Roach for their testimony today, and Dr. Calwood, because it truly matters that folks that are in leadership in the territory get it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bill sponsor. I hear a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bolkes Jr., recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0115, an act repealing Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, limited use of criminal records in hiring practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance of Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out of the committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes Jr. for your motion. Properly moved by Senator Bolkes Jr., second by Senators James Sr., DeGraff, Francis Heiliger, and Vice Chair Ray Fonseca, and also Senator Johnson and St. Croix. Roll call on Bill number 35-0115.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger Yay. Senator Giovanni James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth Elgins.
Yes, with reservations.
Senator Gittens, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you. Bill number 35, that's 0115, an act repealing Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, limited use of criminal records in hiring practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act has been voted upon favorably here in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action. Congratulations to the bill sponsors. And I did say with reservation because I did recall there being statements that something will be withdrawn via amendment, but I will just look forward for it being done in the Rules and Judiciary. We get 2 or 3 bites of the apple, so this is only the first one. All right? Again, congratulations to all. Before I recognize for a point of personal privilege, I just want to say to the other entities that might be listening to the proceeding that's hustling to get here for 1 o'clock, take your time. I'm going to probably more than likely recess until 1:45 because there's another matter that I definitely want to take care of at the Supreme Court, and we will be back. So don't rush just yet. It is 12:49 right now. We were supposed to start at 1 o'clock. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, I just want to make sure that I thank the committee members because I'm not a member of this committee. But most importantly, the amendment, we are going to bring the amendment to amend 467B because it is an important amendment to remove any cloud from this legislation. And there are some scrivener's errors that we are going to fix as well. So we'll work with our legal counsel office to get those addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for allaying my concerns. Thank you so much. Someone else? Vice Chair, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege. 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I just wanted to state that how important Bill number 35-0115 is to this community. You know, here in the legislature, my own chief of staff, you know, if it was for this box thing, I wouldn't have hired him because he had been arrested and spent a little time and thing, you know, incarcerated. And this bill gives people like my chief of staff a next opportunity because he is top-notch, excellent, wonderful. And thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, testifiers. I'll allow each of you representing each agency to close out, and hopefully in the closing out, Dr. Calwood has the information for me. So we'll hear from Dr. Calwood first, and then I'll go to the closeout.
Well, before I close, I wanted to respond with the numbers. Territory-wide, meaning locally, I give you 238, 155 on St. Croix in total, 160 detainees, 49 inmates.
Slow down for me.
238 total.
155 on
St. Croix, breaking down 160 detainees.
106.
And 49 inmates.
Wow.
On St.
40 how much?
49. On St. Thomas is total of 83, 59 detainees, 24 inmates.
59 detainees.
And 24 inmates.
24.
For a total of, in total, 238.
Wow, this isn't looking too good.
Of Ireland, the team reminded me that it's actually less. I'd like to give more numbers, apparently. Total of 158. We have 48 in Mississippi, 70. I'll go slower.
I don't need to know where they are.
You don't want to break down?
I just
158.
158 outside.
Yes, and that's of February 2024.
And when are we looking to return any of these? Because, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the only folks that should really be outside is those that, like, have mentally ill issues and whatnot. But we need to look at returning our inmates here. We have 73 inmates, sentenced inmates in the territory. And we continue to say we have a shortage, 73, and a whole bunch of detainees. What's the longest some of these detainees are in there? Because last I checked, we had detainees in there like up to 3 years. That's unheard of, and that's illegal.
The longest one we have currently is 8 years, and sir, it's a number of varying reasons why they're there.
8 years.
Yes.
Unheard of. And this is detainee that you're talking about.
That's correct.
Senator Johnson, Senator Francis Heiliger, and I have discussions. We have a bill right now at the AG's office having the discussion regarding the Speedy Trial Act. We need to get our act together on this, because by the time you look, you can't give back anybody the time. So a detainee being in jail for 8 years, and then next thing you know, when the case called, they only got 5 years, you can't get them back 3 years.
That's correct.
Or if they're found not guilty, you can't give them back 8 years. So we need to get our act together. And I will say on record that what I have found in discussing this Speedy Trial Act, all it is that people ain't want to work. Okay? People ain't want to work. We got to do what we have to do to get this done. It is totally unfair. And while, yes, we might look at them as criminals or whatever the case may be, they still have a constitutional right for us to not trample on. All right? Again, thank you all for your testimony, and I will allow for the Division of Personnel to start with your closing, and to the Department of Labor, then Bureau of Corrections, and then Virgin Islands. I'll get it.
Good afternoon, all again. Senator Gittins, we want to thank you and your committee for having the Division of Personnel present today. As stated before, Division of Personnel is an equal employment opportunity agency, and we follow the federal regulations and bandabox, and most of what was spoken about today, we are already in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner of Legal Counsel for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. We'd just like to thank this committee for the opportunity to testify on the bill as amended. We continue to reach out to our brothers and sisters and sister agencies in reference to ensuring that once a person has been convicted, they're able to re-enter into society. And we welcome employers to participate in the WOTC program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See, and it's your fault why the bill sponsor didn't, why she mispronounced your name. You talk too fast. Say your name slower.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson.
Right. Next, Bureau of Corrections.
Chairman Gittins, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding Bill number 35-0115. As stated in our testimony, the Bureau wholeheartedly supports the intent of this bill, emphasizing that we have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact. In addition, returning citizens will have an opportunity to be evaluated based on their qualifications, skills, and merits, rather than being biased by their past mistake. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And now our president of the Virgin Islands Society for Human Resource Management. Got it.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Gittins. My name is Dr. Kendra Roach, and on behalf of SHRM Virgin Islands, we thank you for the opportunity to render our support for Bill number 35-0115. And yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. And you know, looking at the testifier table, all these young people sitting there, you know what builds me up to hear at least 2 of you, 3 of you, 4 of you that have a doctorate degree. Our people are making waves in this community. At least 2 of you with your PhD and at least 2 of you with your JD. Hats off to you all. Please, whatever you do, mentor our younger people so that they can aspire and get where you are. At some point, you two going to be going after the side. So let's make sure that we talk to our young people and engage them, all right? I beg that of you. Thank you and congratulations. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will recess until 1:30 because I'm told that the matter in which I was going to at the Supreme Court is already over. So the committee will recess until 1:30. Have a good lunch. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, March 12th, 2024 is back on record. In the first block, we did considered and took action on Bill number 35-0115 that speaks to limited use of criminal records in the hiring process and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act. That measure passed unanimously and is being forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further discussion and action. In the second block, according to the clerk earlier, we will now have a review from the law enforcement agencies regarding an update from these agencies invited today the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, who we read an excuse letter into the record, so they're excused. And also invited is the Port Authority, Waste Management Authority, and the Virgin Islands Lottery. Specifically, Carlton Dow, Executive Director. Is it Edred Wilkes, Police Chief, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Louis Flynn, Police Chief, St. Croix, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Executive Director Roger Merritt from Waste Management. Anderson Polian, Director of Enforcement, VA Waste Management Authority. Would it just be you today? Recognize the testifiers' mics, please. Would it just be you today, Director Polian?
Yes, Senator.
So the director will not be here. Raymond Williams, Executive Director, but I think we do have the Assistant Executive Director here. And Jakima Richards, Director of Enforcement, VA Lottery, correct? Correct. All right. At this time, I'll ask from my right, starting with the Assistant Executive Director, just put your name, title, and agency on the record for us, just to make sure that your mics and everything is working as well. And please make sure all your phones are on vibrate or silenced.
Good afternoon, Charlene Proctor, Deputy Executive Director, the Virgin Islands Lottery.
Thank you, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jakima D. Richards, Division of Security, Director of Security and Investigations at the Virgin Islands Lottery.
Thank you, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Anderson Polian, Senior Director of Environmental Enforcement Division, Waste Management.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Diane Richardson, Human Resources Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Welcome.
Good day, Louis Flynn, Port Authority Police Chief, St. Croix District.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Edgar Wilkes Jr., Port Authority Police Chief, St. Thomas, St. John.
Welcome. So, as each of you know, you're here to provide information on your respective enforcement divisions, which should include and not be limited to reports on the agency's recruitment efforts, your certification and recertification procedures, enforcement strategies, execution of penalties, citation records, and current initiatives. We already had the Peace Officers Standard Training Council Executive Director here, Mr. Gleston McIntosh, who spoke to the certification and recertification of process of the officers. It wouldn't have been fair for us to bring him here each time everyone comes, so he already gave us an overview, so we'll hear from you all, and hopefully you can cover at least these categories in which we asked you to present on. All right? So we will begin with the Virgin Islands. I'm sorry, so sorry. Let me recognize the presence of our esteemed Senate President, Novelli Francis Jr., who was not here earlier with us as he was attending another important matter. Welcome, Mr. President. You know you're an honorary member on this committee, so it's almost like you were here anyway. I don't think we have anyone else. Senator Johnson is in the St. Croix chambers, just so that in the St. Croix conference room, just so you all testifiers can know. So we will proceed with the testimony, and we will begin with the, let's begin with the lottery office, then we move to waste management, and then the Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the committee, and non-committee members present. My name is Charlene Proctor, Deputy Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Lottery. I am here to present this testimony on behalf of Executive Director Raymond J. Williams. Executive Director Williams is currently out of the territory on business. Along with me appearing this afternoon is Jakima D. Richards, Director of Security and Investigations, who will answer questions to the best of her ability related to the matters presented in your letter dated February 23, 2024. We require all of our officers to be post-certified as a condition of employment. The following is a chronology of our enforcement division. Director Jakima D. Richards, Territorial, started on June 26, 2023. Enforcement Officer Federico Perez, St. Thomas, resigned on January 29, 2024. Enforcement Officer Bernard Moyes, St. Thomas, retired on November 30, 2023. Enforcement Officer Santiago Garcia III, St. Croix, resigned September 29, 2023. Enforcement Officer Saida Rodriguez, St. Croix, completed her post-certification October 2022. Enforcement Officer Stacy Sewer, St. Thomas, started on October 2nd, 2023. Enforcement Officer Abraham Connors, St. Thomas, started December 27th, 2023. We are presently recruiting for the position of Chief of Enforcement St. Croix and 2 additional enforcement officers, 1 in each district. Our Human Resources Director, along with our Director of Security and Investigations, continue to expand our efforts to fill these vacancies. However, due to a shortage in human resources territorially, filling open positions continues to present challenges. The Virgin Islands Lottery offers salaries that are generally more competitive than that of other government agencies, along with either similar or better benefits. But even so, makes it difficult to recruit personnel. We have been actively pursuing a more vigorous and targeted approach to include outreach to other law enforcement agencies and posting on the VIL website along with radio and newspaper ads. Your request for certain information may potentially lead to disclosure of ongoing initiatives that require confidentiality. We do not want to alert or provide the targeted public with information that can put our enforcement team at personal safety risks. I hope you and the committee understands this. Back in December 2023, we appeared before your committee to present testimony on Bill numbers 35-0179, a series of amendments to Title 14, Chapter 61 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to gaming violations, and Title 32, Chapter 13, governing the VI lottery. The presentation of these amendments came after careful review amongst legal scholars inside and outside our community, law enforcement, community leaders, and the public. This measure was held in committee for further revision. Senators, I emphatically want to place on the record here today that contrary to what some may believe, the work that is required to stem the illegal activity in the gaming industry cannot happen without stronger and more aggressive penalties. We have been working with Senators Capehart and Bolkers, along with our legal counsel and the Office of the Attorney General, to come up with the compromises suggested. We remain committed to making the differences in the gaming industry that continue to take millions of dollars out of the territory that would otherwise enhance lives in our community. I must state that for the better part of my 6-year tenure, I have been attempting to move the needle on these and more code clarifications that would give us the legal ability to take initiatives to enforce against all the illegal games that are prevalent throughout our community. We are preparing to resubmit these measures shortly for further consideration by this committee. Notwithstanding the code amendments, we continue to perform surveillance and other initiatives that will eventually result in legal action against the perpetrators of these illegal games. We mirror post-training and certification guidelines as part of our overall policy. Our regulatory approach to licensing retailers of video lottery terminals include but are not limited to owner-operator background investigations, business licensure requirements similar to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, retailer establishments, safety and health requirements, ingress and egress locations, fire safety, and the number of VLT machines that their floor plan can safely hold, to name a few. We require all of our officers to be post-certified as a condition of employment. Thank you for allowing us to place our testimony on a record. We stand ready to answer questions that may come up.
Thank you for your testimony, Assistant Executive Director. On a light moment, I'm happy that you didn't say, when you play the VA lottery, everybody wins. Next up, Waste Management. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety Committee members, non-committee members, colleagues, and members of the listening audience. My name is Anderson Polian, Senior Director of the Environmental Enforcement Division of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I am here today to provide an update on our enforcement division. Our division currently consists of 6 environmental enforcement officers and 4 environmental enforcement inspectors territory-wide, which breaks down into 4 officers, 2 inspectors stationed on St. Croix, and 2 officers, 2 inspectors stationed on St. Thomas. Currently, there are no officers or inspectors stationed on St. John. Recruitment efforts and division growth. Recruitment efforts are ongoing through our HR division. Interviews for the position of environmental enforcement officers were held on October 25th, which resulted in our division hiring 3 officers, 2 on St. Croix and 1 on St. Thomas. Interviews for new recruits were held on November 21st and 22nd, and 5 recruits were hired, 1 for St. John, 2 for St. Thomas, and 2 for St. Croix. These officers are awaiting their start date from our finance division, and the recruits are waiting for instructions from Post as well as VIPD for the next academy start date. The intent of this division is to grow in force with enough officers and inspectors to provide coverage around the clock to combat the growing problem of illegal dumping at our territory's bin sites, landfills, businesses, residential areas, wastewater facilities, and manholes. With cameras installed by our IT division and a fully staffed division, 20 officers, 10 inspectors, and 2 compliance investigators, the authority will have the manpower necessary so inspectors can monitor the bin sites and immediately contact officers to swiftly move in and issue citations. This is the ideal plan for the Environmental Enforcement Division, However, this plan cannot be put in place without additional financial resources, considering the authority is severely underfunded. Also, we will need approximately 6 marked police vehicles for continuous patrolling and investigations, along with 6 marked utility terrain vehicles equipped with trail cameras, because illegal dumping is occurring in dense, bushy areas where our environment enforcement vehicles cannot traverse. We will also need updated equipment, surveillance drones, and more cameras, along with updated technological monitoring systems to maneuver throughout the territory. Our division needs funding to get and keep our islands clean and our environment protected. Training and certifications and recertifications. All officers are currently certified and attend trainings to maintain current with law enforcement practices. Inspectors have participated in trainings to advance their effectiveness. Certifications and trainings for the past year include Axon Taser Weapons Instructor Certification. Officers completed that January of 2023. Safe driving training. Officers and inspectors completed that training February of 2023. Surviving an active threat by Vitima. Inspectors completed that training February 2023. Part 1 Firearms Qualifications. Officers completed that training March of 2023. Part 1 In-Service Training. Officers completed that training May 2023. Lone Wolf Officer Survival Officer Safety Training. Officers completed that training May of 2023. Instructor Development Course. All officers completed that training June of 2023. Incident Report Training. Officers and inspectors completed that training July of 2023. Hazardous Waste Operations and Emergency Response Awareness. Officers and inspectors completed that training August of 2023. Part 2 In-Service Training. Officers completed that training October of 2023. OC Spray Impact Weapon Certification. Officers completed that training October 2023. Taser Energy Weapons Certification. Officers completed that training November of 2023. Shotgun Rifle Training. Officers completed that training November of 2023. Title 19 Review, Citation, Report Writing Training by the Attorney General's Office. Officers and inspectors completed that training November of 2023. Hurricane Preparedness Training by Vitima. Officers and inspectors completed that training January of 2024. Glock Armorer's Course. Officers completed that training February of 2024. Adult Mental Health First Aid Certification. Officers completed that training February 2024. Recertification efforts for the current year are already underway with the registration of our officers for the upcoming Part 1 Firearms Class Qualification, as well as CPR, AED, and first aid training. Citations, enforcement strategies, prosecutorial approaches, and execution of administrative penalties. With the increase of officers, the Enforcement Division has already shown growth in the number of citations written since 2022. In 2022, the authority's 3 officers wrote 72 citations, totaling $72,000 in fines. With the addition of 3 officers last year to date, 231 citations have been written, totaling $231,000 in fines. We are expecting an even higher number of citations will be written this year. The installation of our camera system has increased the number of citations due to our officers and inspectors collaborating to monitor camera footage at our bin sites. When violators are captured by inspectors, incident reports are generated and forwarded to officers to locate and issue later citations to the violators. Our officers and inspectors also check businesses to ensure their solid waste and oil collection permits are up to date, which includes the inspection of food service grease traps, ensuring there are no code violations. We respond to citizens' complaints concerning sewage leaks resulting in the exposure of toxins to our environment and issue permits to solid and liquid waste haulers who meet permit and inspection requirements. Another strategy used by Environmental Enforcement Division has been to work with our communications divisions to educate the business and residential community on disposal regulations by appearing on various radio programs, community and business association meetings, and school camps and programs. Our team regularly assists with community education sessions, keeping up citizens informed of the do's and don'ts of liquid and solid waste disposal. Our officers are always visible during community events, including festival villages, food and agricultural fairs, Christiansted Jump Up, block parties, and the Hamilton-Jackson celebration, to name a few. We strive to make our vendors are aware of disposal expectations and understand the importance of minimizing the litter footprint left behind after each event. Although the Enforcement Division is proud of our steady progress, the Authority legal team has begun researching our vision for more effective citations, resulting by adding a citation hearing officer for in-house hearings. These would be held at the Authority to expedite the citation hearing and result in fines. Although with a hearing officer, we would like to add compliance investigators to ensure that officers are staying informed. Compliance investigators will also be available to answer questions and clarify concerns with those issued citations. Adding in-house hearing is necessary as this process will be conducted and monitored directly by the Waste Management Authority. In closing, I would like to reiterate the goals of the Environmental Enforcement Division. Division expansion for round-the-clock coverage of bin sites and roadways to combat illegal waste dumping during the evening hours. Produce more citations to combat illegal dumping and to provide protection for Waste Management Authority facilities from arson and vandalism. Business, community education and outreach and information outreach regarding Waste Management Authority, proper solid waste and special waste disposal policies, regulations, penalties, special collections, and employing emergency blast updates. And last but not least, in-house hearings to determine when and how often hearings will occur, as well as ensuring that the fines resulting from these citations are received by Waste Management Authority. As our public visibility, communication, and outreach increases, our goal is a cleaner, more concise community. Thank you for allowing me to provide testimony, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Polian. Port Authority, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kenneth Gittens, Chairperson of the 35th Legislatures, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, to the distinguished members of this committee and other honorable senators in attendance, the legislative staff, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Bill Rollins, the Assistant Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, hereinafter referred to as VIPA. I will be presenting this testimony on behalf of VIPA's Executive Director, Mr. Carlton Dow, who is unable to testify today due to a scheduling conflict. Other VIPA staff accompanying me today are the St. Croix Chief of Police, Lois Flynn, St. Thomas St. John Police Chief, Edred Wilkes Jr., and Human Resources Director, Ms. Diane Richardson. My testimony today will provide an update to this body regarding VIPA's Law Enforcement Department, our recruitment efforts, training programs, current safety-related strategies and initiatives, and administrative procedures related to VIPA's police force. VIPA's Law Enforcement Department. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is an autonomous agency of the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our officers are responsible for protecting life and property at VIPA's 2 airports and 14 seaport facilities owned and managed by the authority. Officers monitor and enforce all laws of the United States of America and the USVI. Protecting the safety of VIPA's ports is a year-round, 24-hour operation. Staffing, vacancies, and recruitment efforts. VIPA's current law enforcement department consists of 22 officers in the St. Thomas St. John district and 10 officers in St. Croix. The department is staffed as follows: Chief, 1 in each district, 1 lieutenant in the St. Thomas St. John district, 3 sergeants in the St. Thomas St. John district, 1 in St. Croix, 12 line officers on St. John and St. Thomas, 6 on St. Croix, 4 K9 officers in the St. Thomas St. John district. We are actively recruiting for K9 in the St. Croix district. 1 corporal in the St. Thomas St. John district, 1 part-time officer, St. Thomas St. John, 2 on St. Croix. Totaling 22 officers in the St. Thomas St. John district and 10 in St. Croix. We have 1 part-time vacancy in the St. Thomas St. John district, 4 full-time vacancies in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 8 in St. Croix. VIPA is experiencing serious challenges staffing its police department. This problem is not unique to VIPA, as the VIPD and other police departments across the nation have reported the same issue. We have launched an aggressive recruitment program to address our staffing shortage, to include participation in career fairs held in St. Thomas and St. Croix, seeking law enforcement trainees, officers, K9 officers, and part-time officers, posting of job advertisements in local print and online media, and our 4 social media pages: Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. VIPA offers a $1,000 sign-on bonus in the St. Thomas St. John district and a $5,000 bonus in St. Croix. The bonus is higher in St. Croix, where recruitment efforts have been extremely difficult. Bonuses are paid once the officer has completed his or her probationary period. Police recruitment posters are also posted in our airport terminals. VIPA police officer salaries offered are comparable to local and nationwide police forces of our size. We offer a starting salary of $35,000 annually for police officer trainees and $40,953 annually for police officers. VIPA also offers an excellent benefits package to include medical, dental, and eye insurance, enrollment in the government's retirement system, 21 paid local and federal government holidays, and accrued sick and personal time off. VIPA police officer training, officer certification programs. All VIPA law enforcement officers are trained via the Virgin Islands Police Department, Peace Officer Standards and Training Academy, and must meet the same requirements as the officers who serve the VIPD. Recertification training is also done via the Post Academy and includes effective and safe use of a baton, taser, and firearms. Officers also receive OC aerosol spray training, which helps officers deal with incidents that may involve pepper spray. Officers take classes that provide updates on local and federal law and take refresher courses on how to respond to domestic violence incidents. In addition to local laws, VIPA's officers receive training regarding federal aviation and maritime laws. VIPA's officers also train with the U.S. Coast Guard to receive first responder experience and training to respond to maritime emergencies such as aircraft, vessel, or persons in distress or lost at sea. Law enforcement procedures, crime and incident prevention strategies. As mentioned previously, the management of the territory sports is a round-the-clock operation. While we are short-staffed, we have implemented effective strategies to make the best use of our police force to help deter crime and prevent incidents. These strategies include additional security. VIPA has hired security companies to augment our existing police staff on all 3 islands. These contracts were advertised and awarded via a public bidding process. The security officers at our ports are armed and monitor entry and exit points, as well as assisting with traffic and pedestrian management. Effective scheduling. Our officers are scheduled in shifts to provide the most coverage during our peak travel hours. Each police shift is managed by a shift supervisor who ensures that daily objectives are met and specific directives are executed. Safety equipment. We have upgraded and extended our camera monitoring and access control system at all our facilities. We are actively working on repairing and installing additional lights and safety-related signage. Communication. Effective communication is an essential aspect of public safety. Our police chiefs participate in regular meetings with our tenants to address any safety concerns proactively. VIPA also hosts regular town halls to discuss operations, updates, policies, and procedures at its ports. These meetings are open to the public and are also posted on the agency's YouTube page to be viewed by anyone unable to attend in person. Our website and local media pages are regularly updated with essential information for travelers, employees, and users of our facilities. Current law enforcement initiatives. Preventing the entry of contraband, including guns, drugs, and material that could be used for weapons of mass destruction, falls under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security's U.S. Customs and Border Protection. VIPA's officers work closely with CBP, the Transportation and Security Administration, and VIPD to prohibit the illegal transport of contraband into the territory. Records are also kept of any contraband confiscated, as well as any related arrest. On the local front, VIPA's police collaborate with the VI Waste Management Authority, the Department of Public Works, and the administrator's office on each island to assist with the tagging and removal of derelict vehicles and barring dumping at our ports and access roads. VIPA also assists the VI Bureau of Corrections with facilitating prisoner movement. We also collaborate with Government House, VIPD, and federal agents of the U.S. Secret Service to provide safety for dignitaries such as the President of the United States and other high-level officials. Issuing citations. VIPA's law enforcement officers do not have an extensive number of citations each month. As they police our air and seaports, citations issued may include minor infractions such as parking or traffic violations. Records of citations are maintained in VIPA's police precincts. VIPA's internal investigations. VIPA's officers are trained to review surveillance recordings and perform proper interrogation procedures to generate reports of incidents at our ports. Reports are submitted to VIPA's internal review panel, which includes VIPA's executive director, the assistant and deputy executive directors, our attorneys, the chief financial officer, insurance companies, and the applicable facility manager. Administrative procedures. VIPA's officers have taken an oath to serve and protect. Officers may use their discretion to address issues of offenses within the boundaries of the law and VIPA's policies. Failure to follow the law or perform lawful duties will result in an internal investigation and could result in disciplinary action against the said officer. Infractions that can be addressed internally are submitted to VIPA's Human Resources Director, and the Executive Director renders a final decision. All criminal cases are transferred to the U.S. VI Attorney General's Office and VIPD. Honorable Senator Gittins, this concludes my testimony on behalf of the Port Authority. My team and I will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Before I open up, I think we'll do a 5-minute round with colleagues. So before I go to the first senator, which will be Senator Balkes, followed by Senator Johnson, let me just ask you, Executive Assistant Director for Port Authority. So I noticed under your issuing of citations, you were so general to say that you don't have an extensive number, but didn't provide a number and just say that records of citations are maintained in VIPA's police precincts. It does me and this committee no good for it to be in the precincts. We specifically asked for these as we review our law enforcement components to see how much enforcement efforts that we're seeing.
The chiefs are prepared to provide those numbers, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, but it should have been in the overall presentation.
Acknowledged.
But that just stuck out to me there. And going back to lottery, the statement that our request, meaning the committee's request for certain information may potentially lead to disclosure of ongoing initiatives that require confidentiality. At no point did we ask for anything so confidential. The good thing is that the chairman is a career law enforcement officer. Members of this body and the committee also serve in leadership roles in law enforcement, so we know better. So we'll be asking some specific questions that shouldn't pose any breach of confidentiality from your agency, okay? So as we start to do our discussions. All right, but on the basis, I'm back to disappointment again with the low number of citations that I'm seeing issued by our law enforcement agencies. Not that we just want you all out there giving tickets, but the violations are too blatant. It's like right in your face. The number of vehicles seen with no license plate, expired tags, vehicles that's not even roadworthy, and a conversation just the other day with some port officers and the deputy police chief on St. Croix. I mean, you go into the airport, you're locked in there. You shouldn't be able to drive into our airport and you coming in there with no license plate, heavily tinted windows, expired tags, or whatever the case may be. I mean, they could clamp down right there. And the business should be so strong that the word is out. Listen, my car ain't to standard and I ain't going on the airport because I run a risk of the officers there stopping me and possibly impounding my vehicle. The police impound lot coming. And we're going to continue to speak it loud so that people could come into compliance. I almost said Officer Bolkes. Senator Bolkes. Senator Bolkes Jr., you recognize Senator at Large for your 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you for the title.
You were almost deputized.
Yes, sir.
But by the powers not invested in me, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good afternoon to our testifying panel here this afternoon. I wanted to start off by asking the Virgin Islands Port Authority, considering your significant staffing shortages that you mentioned in your testimony, how is VIPA ensuring that the reduced number of officers does not compromise the safety and security of the ports? What are you doing to try to augment that that drop off in the amount of officers?
Good afternoon, Senator. Use of technology, our camera system, scheduling for those peaks in operations, the use of the security companies that we mentioned in our report, and I allow the chiefs to expound if I've missed anything.
No, I think you.
Edgar Wilkes Jr., Port Authority's Police Chief, St. Thomas, St. John. Majority of the times, we utilize overtime to fill the gaps in St. Thomas, St. John District to make sure that we're covered.
Okay, very well. So mostly technology is what is assisting you to fill the gaps concerning the shortage of officers. I will say I did reach out to the director of Port Authority a matter of over 6 months ago, whereas we were not seeing the representation of a security officer on the St. John dock. I did get a response, of course, from you, and we did see the officer, but we have since not seen the officer in the evenings. So just bringing that to your attention in the event that maybe they're on vacation or have been reassigned to another port, I'm not sure. But we still need that officer because some of the boat captains have been very concerned about some of the things that have transpired in the late evening. So just bringing that to your attention, okay? All right, thank you. And I want to move on now to Virgin Islands Lottery. Given the recent resignations and retirements of the enforcement division, how do you plan to ensure that the division remains effective throughout those vacancies before, until you can get them replaced?
Good afternoon, Senator Jackie Madi Richards, Director of Security and Investigations, Virgin Islands Lottery. As it pertains to St. Thomas, those individuals that resign and retire, those vacancies were already filled.
Okay, I apologize. I did not realize that. Okay, so they have been filled.
Okay. And for St. Croix, we're still actively looking to fill those positions. Like we've had interviews, several interviews, and we just haven't filled that particular position for chief and the enforcement position. So we only have one officer in the District of St. Croix right now.
Okay. All right. And do you have plans to maybe hire contracting in the event that you can't find someone that is able to fill the position? Can you contract out to assist or augment what some of the officer there on St. Croix is doing?
So what we're looking at is to actively fill those positions at least by April or May of this year.
Okay. All right. Very well. Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, you mentioned the need for marked police vehicles, utility terrain vehicles, equipments, trail cameras, surveillance drones, and updated technological monitoring systems. Can you discuss the prioritization of those specific items and how they can impact your enforcement effectiveness?
One minute.
Yes, Senator. First, I would like to talk in reference to the utility terrain vehicles. As a former police officer from VIPD, I know that after hurricane seasons, when we go out with the police car, they always come back damaged. So the utility terrain vehicles, we can use those vehicles to go in the bushes because we know we do have some illegal dumping that take place in the bushes. Those vehicles are equipped to go in and locate these areas, and then we'll be able to use our trail cameras to set up our sting operations and hopefully catch these individuals. The marked police vehicles, right now, we don't have any marked police vehicles for waste management. The vehicles we currently have right now, they're unmarked. So having a marked vehicle, they will have their cage in the back. If we do have to make an arrest, we will be able to put our prisoner in those vehicles. So we don't have any territorial wide right now.
Okay, and through the chair
Time.
to waste management, would you be able to provide...
You may wrap it up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you be able to provide the cost of those items to the chairman of this committee? And Mr. Chair, if I may, please ask one last question.
Just so you may. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I see that we're writing more tickets, right? Which sounds really good. But how many of those fines are actually being paid? Like, what is the plan dealing with people who just perhaps might ignore the fines?
Okay, so thanks for asking that question, Senator. So right now, when the individual does not appear in court, because it's a misdemeanor, all our fines are in excess of $1,000. So what the judges will do is issue a warrant for those individuals who do not appear. They'll issue a warrant for their arrest, a bench warrant. So they have been effective.
Okay, very well. And thank you, everyone, for your responses. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. And before we go to Senator Johnson, let me recognize the presence of our Rules and Judiciary Committee Chairwoman, Senator Diane Capehart, who's in the St. Croix conference room with Senator Johnson. And before I recognize Senator Johnson, who is speaking next, Director Polian, I understand your request for the UTVs because you're stating that a lot of the illegal dumping is taking place in the bushes and whatnot, and when you go in there, you're damaging your vehicle. But when they go in there to dump the stuff, they ain't going in regular cars?
That's a good question, sir. But
Yeah, and I really ask that because that's not for you to really respond to. But what I really want to point out is, just the other day, I started to take pictures of all them fancy vehicles that Waste Management bought, and not one of them for enforcement. I see the request for a number of law enforcement marked units, but then we know that when we purchase all these nice vehicles, SUVs as well.
the vehicles that was purchased are they're roadworthy. They're not for the bushes. So that's why the ATVs will come to augment the vehicles that we did purchase for the roadway.
And that question one for yourself. Your executive director should have been here because a number of those fancy vehicles out there, and everybody's seeing them. The good thing is we could see WMA, we could see DH, we could see DE, we could see LEG, everything. But all right, and Senator Bulk has also asked Port Authority about the officer assigned to Cruise Bay, St. John. Do you have any officers that resides on St. John? Recognize Port Mikes, please, or at least the chief on the end.
Edward Wilkes Jr., Police Chief St. Thomas St. John. Sergeant is assigned to St. John. He lives on St. John. And there's a part-time officer that travels over to St. John on certain days, working in St. John. The other officer that was assigned to St. John resigned.
How long ago was that resignation?
Probably about 3 months ago.
Are we doing any exit interviews when people are resigning, or was there an exit interview conducted? HR, Port Authority?
Diane Richardson, HR Director. Yes, we do exit interviews for all our employees that leave on a voluntary basis.
So what's one of the reasons, at least given from the officer on St. John? Do you recall?
Some officers are tired. They don't want to do shift work anymore. They want an 8 to 5.
So that was the reason for that last resignation?
I don't know specifically that last resignation, but in general, that's one of the concerns that the officers have, along with no salary increases.
Okay. I'll leave that one there because I could go on and on with that response. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. I want to start my line of question with waste management. And I kind of piggyback off of previous senator question. Mr. Polian, you spoke something about having trail cameras. You guys have these cameras already in your fleet, in your issues of equipment?
Senator, I have one.
One for the entire Virgin Island?
For the entire Virgin Islands, I have one, yes, sir.
And my reason for asking this question is, if you go to one of the bin sites, and let's take Concordia, you could go there tomorrow morning, and there isn't no tires. By the time you go there the next day, there's a pile of tire with maybe 1,000 tires or more. And it's clear to me that those tires are not being put there by individuals. Like I had a tire and I brought it home and I threw it there. Because that stockpile gets a little too high, a little too fast. How are you dealing with this problem with your enforcement officers? And if your enforcement officers work shift, who monitors these sites after you pretty much get all of those tires off of the site? Because it's a very dangerous situation every time that site go on fire.
Right now, Senator, we do have cameras on the poles. We have cameras at Concordia bin site, Mombiju bin site, and Cotton Valley bin site. So we are issuing citations for individuals who are illegally dumping tires. So those tires that you're seeing, when we come, regardless if it's in the night or in the morning, we do review the cameras, we do capture the violators, and we do go out, we run their license plates, and we do go and issue the citations to these individuals.
Well, then, my good question will be then, are these tires being dumped in big piles like a truck bringing a pile of tire?
Some of them, yes, sir.
Have we do investigation to find out which tire shop they're coming from? Because if you're giving that person $1,000 fine and the person at that business establishment pays them, it's like nothing. So are we trying to do some trail to find out which tire establishment is paying these illegal dumpers to dump them? And if so, doesn't that establishment now start getting penalized?
We have issued citations to individuals who come and dump large amounts of tires, but they're never going to give up where they're getting the tires from. They just take the citation and they go about. Yes, we do ask the question, but they just take the citation and that's it.
Now, is there any way that you can go to these establishments to find out if they have proof of the way of they getting rid of their tires that they have piled up there? In other words, like a check and balance, because they should be bailing and wrapping. So is there any way that you guys are going to these establishments, making check on them to see how they're getting rid of disposing these tires?
Yes, Senator. We are going to the different tire businesses. We ask for their invoices. They do produce their invoices as to where they take their tires for disposal, who they take their tires to. So they are on par with their information.
Thank you very much. To the lottery, I want to ask the lottery officer a question. How does your salary package, your salary and benefit package offered by the Virginia Lottery compared to like the police department? What's the difference in salary?
Good afternoon, Senator Jakima D. Richards, Director for Security and Investigations at the Virgin Islands Lottery. Our starting salary at the Virgin Islands Lottery for oncoming enforcement officers starts at $45. And in addition to that, we pay 100% insurance and other perks and stuff like that.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to ask that line of question to all the agencies that are there. What's their starting salaries and what's the difference between them and police to find out if more of the people are heading to the police department? So we could go to, I think it's Polian next and then over to Port. Mr. Polian.
Senator, currently we are going through contract negotiations. So the numbers, they're just trying to get everything in par. Right now, I know the recruits starting salaries $35,000, and then once you finish the academy, you move up to, I think, $41,200.
And Port?
The starting salary for the Port Authority is $40,953. We do offer signing bonuses, and we are in the process of going through a contract ratification. So hopefully once that's done, we'll be able to have a higher starting salary.
And now I want to ask, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Time.
I thought someone else was saying something.
No, that was time call, but go ahead and wrap up.
Now, what I want to find out from all the agencies at the same time is, those of you that are preparing individuals to be hired, do you have a date from post as to when is going to be the next training academy? Because I'm hearing dates shooting out like as to trying to get some folks in by April. Did post give an initial date as to when they'll be starting up their next training? If any agency, know.
Proceed, lottery
not yet.
first.
Okay. Jakima D. Richards, Virgin Islands Lottery. As it pertains to us, we're not sending anyone to post. We're basically trying to recruit from other agencies.
Bad.
I know.
You're trying to get him done train already.
Individuals that's already post certified, correct?
No, wow. Napoleon, you have any idea what the next post training will be?
Waste management?
It's out. No, Senator. No date has been sent out yet.
Port Authority?
No dates as yet, Senator.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
Definitely. So, is there any coordination, and this isn't just posts alone, I think they'll have to do it in coordination with the police academy as well. Is there any coordination between the agencies to let you all know like when a class will be starting? Like, we know that school starts in August, ends in May. Is there a schedule where you all can start doing a hiring process by a certain time, have a number of individuals ready to go in these classes, or is just a pick a date out the hat and we move? Because how else would you have people ready, gone through the hiring process or whatever protocols of the human resource division within your agency, and now ready to get into the academy? Any coordination going on?
If I may, Senator.
You may.
Executive Director McIntosh, he will usually send out an email letting the different...
No, that I understand. But I want to know if there's advance notice that you know when, like how a school year would start. So you would know that August is coming. I know that I have X amount of seats for waste management, for Port Authority, for lottery, etc. So let me start doing my hiring process so that by the time the cutoff date comes, that our number of people, candidates, are ready to enter into the post-academy.
So,
Port Authority?
Edred Wilkes Jr., Port Authority, St. Thomas, St. John. Their projected dates sent by post, and as the dates change, they will update us accordingly, so we always know ahead of time.
Understood, bro. How long in advance? I want to know
1 year.
if you all have enough time to do the hiring process for them to be able to now go to the academy. Normally, one second.
We start at least 1 year out in terms of testing, background checks, psychological testing, and so forth. So by the time the academy is scheduled to begin in January, we'll have that candidate fully vested.
So then, in other words, you could have someone waiting 8-9 months, and then they get tired of waiting and they go elsewhere, and then you lose them. So that's what I'm asking. So this is something we'll talk with Post. I'm just saying, maybe if it's time for us to start having a defined date as to when we will start an academy, even if they decide 2 academies per year, or whatever the case may be, or wherever they're having it in whichever district. But it will be much better for you to be able to do your process and not have people waiting, lingering, and not hearing anything, because we don't do a good job at getting back to people. We might just send them a tentative offer letter or say, yes, you're accepted to go to the academy in February, but then come August, September, they're still waiting to find out a date as to when the academy is going to start. So you have already now created a scenario where these people might lose interest in going. So we got to do a little better than that. Point of information, Senate President Francis, and then we go to Minority Leader DeGraff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Going back to Director Polian, I've long advocated for a redemption area for us to be able to have tire be deposited, or we pay for tires, or opportunity for us to be able to collect some fees. I provided $500,000 funding sometime back in regards to the whole issue of our tires in our roadways and streets. I wanted to find out from you, what is the instructions that's being given right now to our tire owners? Let me also say that I believe that we should be collecting on the importation of the tires. That way, there is no decision being made whether or not to give a person back a tire or whatever. You collect on the importation. That way, we will have the necessary funding to make sure that that tire is left there, and then it'll be brought into a redemption area so it could be properly secured. I prefer for the tires to be in a general location than in the bushes. And if we create avenues or opportunities for individuals to be able to have those tires brought in to a centralized repository, then again, it minimizes the opportunities for these tires to be all over the place. So what is the instruction that's given right now from, or the position statement from waste management to the tire owners, the tire shops, or whatever in regards to the disposal of tires?
Thank you, Senator. So right now, their instructions are to leave the tires at the businesses where they purchase. If you purchase a new tire, you leave your old tire there. You're not to go, because we do not accept tires at our facilities. So if you purchase a tire, you will leave it to where you swap out your tire. That's as far as I know. And then the business will now put the tires in a container, and they will be the ones who will be able to send the tires away. But I really can't answer that because I'm more enforcement.
So, and I'll recognize you for your point of information and then your time. But I don't, back up to your last response, I don't understand that because you're enforcement. So who's enforcing? If the business is required to put them in a container and properly discard them, who's making sure that this is done properly?
Okay, so the officers will be the one who will check the invoices for the different businesses, tire businesses, to make sure that they go where they're supposed to go, to get the bill of lading and wherever they need to go.
So in other words, it still come back to you, enforcement.
We have to be the ones who making sure that they don't end up in the bushes.
Thank you. So that's why I wasn't sitting comfortable with your last response.
Understood.
And before I recognize him, so when we pass in and we drive in right on the main thoroughfare and we see a refrigerator, a stove or something on the side of the road, I'm wondering, and I'm saying you all, but I mean, it's all of us, all law enforcement. Y'all don't see this? I mean, how long must a refrigerator, a stove, or some big appliance need to be on the side of the road before it's picked up? Namely, a location that I'm thinking of right now is, so as you come completely off Melvin Evans Highway and you turn up that back road, passing, what do you call the beach, Sandy Point, to go up towards Arthur Richards School. There's a big appliance there, big white appliance. How long it gonna take before that's moved? We're talking about the place looking filthy and whatnot. We need to clean up the island, but who's paying attention to pick up these things once we see them there? Whose responsibility is it?
I would say it would be waste management, public works.
So, and I asked that if citizen sees that, where should they call?
They could call waste management. The Director Saki, he's over solid waste, so they could call.
So in us getting that information now, can you all start doing some PSAs, public service announcements, where people can have access to a number that they can call and report these items?
Correct.
It's a sore sight to pass this every day for days, weeks, and months. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes and
point of information first.
I'll be lenient.
Okay.
You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. In regards to the tires, have you ever charged them where you found an individual with illegal dumping of tires
That thing was on there forever and ever.
per count per tire.
It's like nobody.
So you charge them $1,000 for each tire they do it. And have you ever tried file it like that at the AG's office?
So how the law is written is $500 per tire.
Per tire.
that we charge them. That's
So
the
it-
first
it-
offense.
Okay, so it is done that way?
Yes.
Per tire?
Yes.
And how many convictions have you had of that?
The people are just paying the citation. So
citation.
we have a good amount of people that's paying that has been caught for illegally dumping tires. So they will
Okay.
just go and pay their citation.
Okay, so we got raised up. Okay, when it comes to enforcement, I write on my paper big, first of all, officer safety.
Correct.
I ain't hear the part about officer safety, and with all due respect, don't put your officers in no ATV to go in no bush. Lead them go in a car, who could take a bullet, and they survive.
Correct.
Because do all of you still use 10 codes?
Yes.
Okay. So they know when they call at 1043, they know
Okay.
who want to come, or 1010, they want more.
Correct.
But the bottom line is, you don't have no backup. In your division, Lottery don't have no backup. Port Authority have backup. They could defend each other and support each other. When your guys are doing their job in their areas and they go in the bush, nobody don't know where they are. Don't send your officers in no bush, 2 officers by themselves, to go look for no cars. Make it a production. Make where waste management, public works, by going clear out the whole area, find the cars, deal with it. Officer safety first.
Correct.
Second, third, and so forth, so on.
Right.
That's not, yeah, but I can go out. Because I'm saying now,
You're 5 minutes now.
Jesus, bread, man. Don't do that to me. Now, policies. What policy does Waste Management Lottery have in regards to your enforcement officers and the operation of their job? Do you have policies?
Yes,
Written
Senator.
policies, a book that each of them have, that they know what their job is, their job title is.
Yes, Senator. We do have policies in place.
Okay, Lottery?
Jakima Richards, Director of Virgin Islands Lottery. Currently, we had a policy that was revised but not approved. So we're still working on that.
Get that done first. Through the chair, requesting the policies for waste management and Lottery when they get their zone, so we could know. You have to go based on a policy. We can't just be sending officers out there going. Port Authority, the officer who made the arrest on the airport, will get gun and mask and stuff and things like them. Kudos. Thank them very much. They could have saved somebody's life. And again, that's what we do. And what I'm saying, I'm not saying it to bash waste management or Lottery. Is for us to be better. And you have to have a policy. Now, bulletproof vest is one of the most important things. Do all your officers have, or the officers that you have bulletproof vests? Lottery?
Yes, we do, and we're currently, the one officer that just graduated from the academy, we're currently fitting her so she can get hers.
Good. Waste management?
Our bulletproof vests are outdated, so I am in process of purchasing new bulletproof vests.
Yeah, all those things again. Port Authority, bulletproof vests?
Most affirmative, Senator. Most affirmative.
Good. And like I said, those are the things come under officer safety. Now, issues of unionized employees.
1 minute.
Lottery don't have unionized employees.
Yeah, but she didn't need to say that on the record.
Jakima Richards, Virgin Islands Lottery. At my inception, when I just came on, I was handed something, whereas they did vote in the affirmative for it to be unionized, and we're currently going through that.
Okay, going through that. Waste management unionized employees?
They are, yes, Senator.
And they're up to par and step and everything with their union contracts?
No, sir. They are going through step right now.
Okay. Port Authority,
Yes,
unions?
our officers are unionized.
And they're up to step and on par with their contracts?
Only the supervisors, the regular Leos, we're waiting for the contract to be ratified.
Waiting too long. The rank structure in Port Authority has to be fixed. You need under a chief, you need a captain, you need a lieutenant, sergeant. Chief doing too much work. They're in a chief job. Chief is a high valued person. So if you have only a lieutenant and the next person above is a chief, you got too much work for the chief to be doing. So you got to get that rank structure fixed. If I could just wrap up then, Mr. Chair. 'Cause I know my time. Okay, good. In terms of revenue generation, waste management, give me a budget of what it is you asked for. Do you have that? Budget season coming up, you should have a budget for what you need, you should have. Because first of all, you're supposed to raise your own money. So you got to show me how you intend to raise that money. That's number one. So Latry, you have for revenue generation, in terms of having your enforcement officers working versus them not working, have you seen a difference in revenue generation? No.
At this current juncture, Senator, I can't answer that question, but I'll get back to you with that information.
Okay, I ain't gonna abuse my time. So it just I know for Port Authority, like I say, I'll continue doing, but and the easiest way to go in terms of building your police force or your enforcement is see what others are doing that's working. Port Authority is working, VIPD is working, and and they collaborate, and then that'll be the best way to go. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minority Leader DeGraff. Next up, we'll hear from Vice Chair Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and special welcome to the distinguished panel we have before us. Okay, real quick, Port Authority, so you said the trainee was 35 and the police officer was 40,953. You're paying overtime or comp time?
We're paying overtime.
Okay, good. Kai, if you want paying overtime, whoosh, they go into VIPD. Okay, good. So the asphalt, I want to discuss something here, right? The Bolongo bin site used to hold about 3 bins, and the Nada used to hold about 3 bins. You closed down the Bolongo bin site, you got it all fancy, looking good. But now the Nada bin site got about 6 bins, and you need a off-road vehicle to get to the bins now. Because, people that have a regular car, you actually have to park in the street, go and dump your garbage, because it is horrible. What are your plans to fix the Nara bin site, the dump site out in Nara, to put some asphalt or concrete, something? What's going on with that?
Senator, right, that would be a question for the executive director or the solid waste director, Mr. Floyd Saki.
So you guys put all them bins out there, and it's all kind of big holes and stuff. You gotta fix them, man. The people gotta be able to walk over if they have a car. Okay, good. I want to go to Port Authority. I see you're getting ready to open up the parking lot, and just for avoiding tickets now, right now you have 15 minutes, and you don't have to pay. You could circle around and keep circling around. What is it? Is it going to stay to 15 minutes, or you're going to change it so the public could know, so they don't get a ticket? Tell us what your plans are with the new parking lot.
So, Senator, we have a public hearing scheduled later this week that most of that information that you're requesting can be addressed there.
Okay, so it's going to still be the 15 minutes, or it's going to be 10 minutes? You already know the answer, and this is public information. People want to avoid getting a ticket. So tell us now if they still going to have the 15 minutes to swing around and thing.
So I will invite you out to the public hearing so you can gather that information.
Okay, so testing. My mic gone off. Please hold my time.
The senator is still in his time. His mic is off.
Hello. Testing. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, good. So the lottery, last time Mr. Williams was here, he said it was about $70 million in illegal games. I'm glad to know that Senator Bolkes and K-Pot is working on something right now. Because, right now you could go to almost any bar, restaurant, and buy the New York thing and one from the Dominican and all of that. So I'm glad to see that, progress is going there. Okay. They got one from, I think it's the Dominican Republic and in New York. They sell it 2 times a day. No, I don't buy them, but you're the head. Okay, so the Carnival Village now. Last year, I want to know who is responsible. Because, you know, last year, the Carnival Village was smelling bad, Papa. Is Waste Management Authority responsible to clean it up? And what's the schedule for cleaning up the village? Or is it Public Works?
Senator, I won't be able to answer that question in reference to who cleans up the village.
So you can just throw the garbage down in the village? Is that how it is? Or how does it go? Because that's people believe that you could just throw the garbage down in a village. So tell me, is it like that?
Senator, I know for a fact we do put out the receptacles where people should be throwing their trash.
1 minute.
That's as far as I know when it comes to us picking up the trash. We do pick up our receptacles.
Okay. One other question. I guess this is for Port Authority. We just did that. You know, when you're flying out on a plane, you see that you're doing a new taxiway part, right? Is a lot of waste asphalt was generated there. Where did all of that debris go to?
Senator, I can't answer that right now. The executive director, along with the engineering team, will be here tomorrow. They'll probably be able to respond to that then.
So you're trying to tell me you're the assistant director and you guys generate thousands of tons of waste and you don't know where that went to? I don't believe you at all. You got to know where that went. That's thousands of tons of asphalt you guys dig up when you do that new runway. Tell me you don't want to answer the question, but you got to know where that went to, man.
So specifically, I can't tell you where it went to. I know that we repurpose a lot of that material. For instance, we donate to the Agriculture Fair and other agencies that might request to utilize that material.
Okay, good. No, that's an answer. That's an answer. I can believe you know. Okay, so real quickly, Mr. Chair, if I can just finish up. Yeah, okay, I'll wrap up quick. Okay, so you said now you have improved ability to monitor the bins, waste management. So that means that you have a camera system. Do you have it in-house where someone can actually see you doing the thing and then they get your driver's license plate, or you need improvement on that? I didn't understand fully when you talk about the cameras. What are the cameras needed for?
Yes, sir. We do have inspectors, officers. We do monitor the camera systems, and yes, we are able to see license plates and what have you.
Okay, so you hear that, public? Anytime you go by the garbage, you don't see an inspector, they still could see you, so don't litter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's why we're asking for public service announcements. But at the same time, your surveillance, you want them to know that you're watching them either. The committee will take a 3-minute recess. 3 minutes. Okay, the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, March 12th, 2024 is back on record. Senator James Senior, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question to Viper, you mentioned that bonuses are paid once the officer has completed her probationary period. How long is a probationary period?
Diane Richardson, HR Director, 6 months.
6 months. Just a little tip, include that in your advertisement. You want individuals to know as many things as possible to entice them to make them want to sign up. Because I see where on St. Croix you said it has been extremely difficult, hence why you have the differences in bonuses. So ever since you have implemented the 5,000 bonus for the island of St. Croix, how has that been coming along? Was that something fairly new?
We've been doing it for about 2 to 3 years. It's still been a recruiting challenge, even with $5,000. It seems like it's not enough to entice candidates, but we're still being hopeful.
And as far as the possibility of creating a pipeline for future officers, what are those conversations looking like?
So, like I said, we're in the process of ratifying a contract. So once that contract is ratified, we have some retro that is owed to officers going back to 10/1/21, and we'll be able to negotiate a new contract, and it's going to be a little bit more attractive.
Because if it's one agency I respect is the Virgin Islands Port Authority, not taken away from the others. But we have a lot going on with our airports as we continue to see the expansion in the St. Croix district and the St. Thomas district, and knowing that there's a difficulty in getting those for St. Croix, I just want to make sure that we continue to monitor that to make sure that we find some level of balance so we can handle the traffic at our ports. And as we speak about balance, you don't have to go in full details because I know it might be classified, but as far as training to make sure that we once this P3 project and all these things, it may be a little probably too early to ask you this, but I'm gonna still ask it. What are those conversations looking like to make sure that we can handle that traffic and that expansion when it comes to heightening our security, knowing we have the President of the United States of America and the list goes on, coming here to the territory, specifically St. Croix?
So, Senator, I'll say that we're being diligent in our approach to making sure that our facilities operate safely, that whoever comes through our facilities are safe. And so we'll just continue along those lines. We address issues as they come up.
Yes, but specifically for the difficulty of getting that workforce up to par in the District of St. Croix, I really want to know, we are expecting an expansion. We have to have those conversations.
And so we're trying to grow the workforce. I guess we can look at our standard operating procedures right now and see if anything needs to be addressed, but.
And do you have military personnel as a part of your law enforcement team?
Yes, we do.
Try in that area because sometimes we have individuals who serve this country and when they do come back to U.S. soil, there's a difficulty in finding jobs and what the case may be. So those individuals who are well-versed and trained, let's utilize some of that experience and utilize it. I'm not saying that you're not doing it, but just to focus on those areas to make sure we can deal with that difficulty specifically for St. Croix. Can we do that?
Yes, definitely.
All right. And as far as lottery, I know you are basically in support of the legislation sponsored by our St. Croix senator. And I saw here where there are some conversations as far as Attorney General. But you said something there in the testimony. the illegal activity in the gaming industry cannot happen without stronger, more aggressive penalties. So with the passage of this legislation, do you foresee that we need more legislation, or the legislation sponsored by the good senator from St. Croix is the start, the blueprint?
1 minute.
Okay. Jackie Madi Richards, Director Security of Investigation, Virgin Islands Lottery. So we have the legislation that is the blueprint, but we're tweaking it based on the last time that we were currently before this committee, and that's where we're at right now.
Cool, because I don't want to. There will always be a room for changes in the Virgin Islands Code, but I just want to make sure that anything that we are responsible for, that we have those conversations, and whichever senator you feel to work with, let's just get it done. And that's all that matters at the end of the day, because we want to make sure that we protect our economy. We have a lot of leakage of funds, and things will continue to happen. That's just human nature. But if you said that this is the blueprint, I just want us to make it happen. And hopefully, through that conversation, it continues to strengthen the bill so we could ease that responsibility and pass it back to y'all so y'all can execute. We want to give you all the tools. And as we speak about tools, do you have any issues with gears and what have you? Or you have more than enough to be able to handle the task assigned?
No, we're equipped. We're good.
Okay, my time was called. I do not want to abuse it. But once again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And to Port Authority, let's recruit those military personnel. Thank you.
I didn't even hear time call, but I hear the bell ring. I would let you go ahead. You know, it's a thing here that we sit in here evaluating and getting updates from some of our law enforcement agencies, and at least twice today, we keep hearing implications of the Attorney General's office. For instance, earlier we spoke about the number of detainees that's in the prison system, and we heard today one even up to 8 years being detained. So we spoke about the Speedy Trial Act that we're in conversation with at the Attorney General's office. Now again, through the questioning of the previous senator, conversation with the Attorney General's office with regards to lottery enforcement. And then here it is, we're reading now from a government house press release that the governor today announced the resignation of the Attorney General effective March 15th. I'm hoping that our conversations are collectively with the agency and not just with an individual, so that we could continue with the progress. But enforcement is going to be key in all this that we're here discussing. It's sad to read this now, because in less than a year now we have to be looking for another Attorney General. Point of information, Senate Minority Leader De Graaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to recruiting and the bonuses, the $5,000 and the $1,000, one individual is paid that. How is it done? They get $5,000 and they have to do X amount of years? Or, you know, what are the actual details to that for the $1,000 bonus and the $5,000 bonus?
So right now, there's no commitment period, but in our new contract, there is wording for a commitment period. Okay. And hopefully once that contract is ratified, then we'll be able to have that commitment period required.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're up for your 5 minutes, followed by Senate President Francis and then Senator Keepart. Oh. Sorry.
She can go ahead because she was.
You may proceed, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your 5 minutes, followed by Senator Fred Gregory.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. In regards to this $5,000 bonus, in regards to Port Authority, is that tax-free or?
No,
Because
it's taxable. It's taxable.
Well, then that might be part of the problem, because by the time you take out taxes, you ain't really incentifying me at all. By the time taxes are cut out, so maybe if you bump it up, and they actually do walk away with $5,000, that might be a different story. I wanted to ask a couple of questions in regards to the lottery. I know the last time you guys were here, and I know my colleague mentioned about the piece of legislation, and we did have a vigorous conversation around that. And you say you're attempting to tweak legislation, having conversations. Have you guys looked into some of the things we talked about having a little bit more teeth when it comes to the enforcement officers? Because that was a major aspect during the last hearing that we recognized had need to be strengthened.
Good afternoon, Senator Jakima D. Richards, Director of Security and Investigations, Virgin Islands Lottery. Yes, we have.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Also, one of the things, like just me watching, because I noticed since you guys moved to the building on the waterfront, how is parking down there? Because I am very much concerned sometimes when I go in the area to go to the grocery store, I see our elderly, because you see dealers around there, our elderly are moving around. I get concerned when I see all the cars switching back and forth. I'm wondering how the employees park. How is that working out? And especially when you see sometimes our elderly dealers around the area in regards to their safety as well. How do you guys handle that?
Well, as you just stated, Senator, parking is, of course, atrocious. The only individuals that are allowed to park on the side of the building would be enforcement and the director. Anyone else that's parked there, if it's not a law enforcement vehicle, we ticket them. Because there are no parking signs that are obstructed. Like, as far as the dealers that are there, within, like, we come out, my enforcement officers, they come out, they have conversations, like just do a little random patrol while checking, making sure no one is parked alongside that exterior parking.
Well, I know you're here for one aspect, and I'm tossing out, consideration of when that location was selected. Do you know how many employees work there? Because that seems to be a major situation I encounter almost anytime I go around that area.
I'll yield the question to the Deputy Director, Charlene Proctor.
Good afternoon. There are about 25 employees in that building.
About 25? Okay. And is there any conversation as to how to adequately accommodate for that many people dealing with parking in the area?
No, basically we try to come early and park in the areas where there's no 1 hour parking signs.
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing me up to speed on that. I wanted to ask, when it comes to Waste Management Authority, if somebody sees someone doing something, I know one of my colleagues spoke about miraculous piles of tires showing up overnight. If somebody sees something, how do they directly contact and reach out and get some type of assistance?
1 minute.
Usually, Senator, what will happen is we have been getting complaints through 911. 911 will reach out to one of my officers. They will get dispatched to that area, yes.
I know that they used to have signs at the various dump sites. Do those signs have on? I can't say I've seen some that say waste management, etc. Do you have a phone number or something on these signs that if somebody sees something, they could just call in right away to your enforcement officers, etc.?
I know on the signs you do have what you can and can't dump. In reference to the number, I cannot answer that right now in reference to the number.
Okay. Well, do you think that's something that should or could be done? Because, to be occupying our 911 system for what I would not consider an emergency, but it's hazardous to our environment overall. If there was a direct number to get to you guys on these signs, that might be helpful in assisting with the problem. So if that's something you guys could check out for me, I would really appreciate it. I think I heard time, I'm not sure, but thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and this round of questioning.
Thank you, Senator. You didn't hear time yet, but you stopped in the nick of time, though. So thank you so much. If you had a follow-up?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
And of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but I note that the chair has been having lots of discussion around updates with regards to the different law enforcement type agencies. I thought it important to come here this afternoon to ask a operational question of each of the agencies that's here with us. And I'm going to start with the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Mr. Rollins?
Yes, Senator.
And the question will be the same question for all of the other agencies. So share with me, outside of the challenges that you have with recruiting personnel, what are your main or major operational challenges that you experience in the enforcement side, on the enforcement side of Port Authority?
So I'll allow each of the chiefs respectively to respond to that question,
Chief
Senator.
Flynn, you could start.
Lois Flynn, St. Croix District Chief. Just personnel, hiring personnel is one of the operational challenges I'm experiencing on the island of St. Croix.
So you only have operational challenges. What about airfield challenges as far as your enforcement component?
No, I think we're good with that. As long as the personnel on duty, we have the equipment and everything necessary.
And what's your shortage?
My shortage is 8.
About 8?
Yeah.
And what are your strategies to recruit? Or is it a funding issue? It's just you're unable to recruit?
Finding qualified personnel, Senator.
Okay. And St. Thomas?
Edred Wilkes Jr., Chief, St. Thomas St. John.
I don't think they heard you, Wilkes.
Edred Wilkes Jr., Police Chief, St. Thomas St. John District.
Okay, let's hear it.
Senator, one of my main challenges is basically personnel.
So you have the same issues?
Same issues, correct.
So you don't have any other issues outside of the ability to recruit personnel? What's your shortage?
My shortage currently 10.
10? 10 of? 10 of how many?
30.
So in St. Thomas, you have a need for 30 officers?
St. Thomas St. John.
St. Thomas St. John. Okay, because you're talking about the marine and the airport's aviation side, correct?
And cruise ship.
Okay, so both, all 3. All right, let's hear from the...
So, if I may, Senator.
You may proceed.
Chief Wilkes, that's the aspiration that he'd like to grow the agency to.
What's your budgeted amount?
4.
What's that amount?
The total would be 26.
So it's 26. So you only have 16. Well, no. What's the number that you do have?
Currently 22.
Okay, 22. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And then the Waste Management Authority, Mr. Pullion?
Good afternoon, Senator. Currently, we only have 4 officers on St. Croix.
No, that's not my question. Remember, I was clear that outside of personnel, but their challenges are straight personnel. Outside of personnel, what are your operational challenges around enforcement?
Manpower.
So you're same thing, manpower.
Same thing,
So
yes.
manpower is the issue.
Correct.
So how are you, do you have sufficient funding to cover your manpower? Are you recruiting and you're unable to recruit?
We are unable to recruit. We do have a funding problem.
Okay.
1 minute.
And then the lottery.
Good afternoon, Senator. Jakima D. Richards, Virgin Islands Lottery. One of our major operational would be that of the legislation needing to pass.
So you need
to specifically target that illegal gaming.
Got it.
And questionable gaming
and have you
activity.
sent down any, because I know that's legislation, but have you all sent down any language to support the work that's happening in the legislature now?
From my understanding, from the last legislation that was sent, we're still in conversations with attorneys, contracted attorneys, in addition to the AGs, to then resubmit the last, in addition to Senator Bolkis and Capehart,
Okay.
to then resubmit.
Okay, so hopefully we'll be able to move that because this conversation isn't new. I remember when I worked at the Department of Justice, I believe at the time. Oh boy, Mr. Chair? I believe at the time my colleague, the current Senate President, he was the commissioner when there was a big sting operation many years ago with the selling of, at that time, the issues were the selling of Puerto Rico lottery tickets. And I know that since then, it has expanded to a lot more. So whatever we can do to make sure that we are able to move that legislation, I really think that we need to get on top of it. And let's just, Mr. Chair, just allow me to wrap up by asking them this question, because it seems like personnel is an issue, or the ability to attract personnel. What is the salary of the starting salary at the Port Authority?
The starting salary for law enforcement officers is $40,953.
And waste management?
41,200 starting.
And the VI lottery?
45.
45,000. So you see why the lottery ain't got no personal issues? You got it here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I'm listening to the challenges, and Viper Assistant Director, I need you to expand a little bit for me on your response of finding qualified individuals is your challenge.
So, Senator, we do have interested persons coming in. Sometimes you're unable to pass the written exam, sometimes going through the background clearance process, they don't make it all the way through.
Okay. So, passing a background, who conducts your background investigations?
I do, Senator.
And how okay. You do that singly? So that's, you do that territorial wide?
Yes, Senator.
So all applicants that comes through for law enforcement, you're the only one conducting background checks?
Currently.
How many are you how long have this been happening?
Since VIPD.
A year, 2 years, how much?
Maybe 4 or 5 years, Senator.
So last calendar year, how much applicants would you say that you have had to conduct background checks?
I would say 12 or 14 applicants.
Per district? Or
In total. In total.
And waste management, you stated that no recruitment is happening in your shop because of funding?
Currently, right now, Senator, we did hire some individuals, but we are waiting for the funding to bring them on board.
And part of your thing is enforcement, again, because you get a number of your funding through your enforcement efforts.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
So we shouldn't be complaining that the island is looking filthy. We should be citing individuals. You know, we had these conversations about getting UTVs and whatnot to go in the bush and whatnot, but like some of the messages coming in and citizens are concerned because they're saying they don't have to go in the bush to look for nobody because they're violating right there at the dump site, which is factual. So we got to take a look at all this, and at the same time, I want to say to the public, we have to be our brothers' keepers. And if you see something, say something. So people shouldn't be dumping no appliance in areas that they shouldn't be dumping, especially on the side of the road. You know, one thing I had enjoyed about the St. Thomas district, and I miss him so, when, rest his soul, Adi Atley used to get on the radio and call out your license plate number and sometimes describe the vehicle and said that you were seeing littering in certain areas. Maybe we need to call out some of these people like that so that we could have a cleaner island, not only for those coming to visit, but for us living right here. A little pride, man. And Lottery, I didn't get your challenges with regards to recruitment.
Oh, I don't have any challenges with recruitment.
You don't have no challenges because you're robbing the next agency for their qualified individuals. Okay. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your time, followed by Senator Capehart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to our law enforcement agencies for your testimony today, and to say thank you for the work that you continue to do in law enforcement. I took the pledge many years ago. I did 25 years, and I wouldn't have it any other way. If I had to do it all over again, it would be law enforcement. Of course, I did it at a tune where my starting salary was $14,770 annually, and now we're hearing that it's up to $45,000. You're making me feel like I want to go back. But you know, thank you for what you're doing, and you know, I just have a few questions, comments, or concerns. Ms. Proctor, I also want to commend the fact that you have now your ascension to deputy executive. I know that my last conversation with you was the CFO. So you're growing within the ranks, so congratulations on that. So let me ask, if you had to grade yourself in terms of efficiency and effectiveness, what grade will you give yourself? And I'll start with Port Authority and Waste Management as well as the Lottery. What grade, honest evaluation of your current mission statement, what grade would you give yourself?
It's a 85. Because it is only because you can't do.
My time running.
So,
Viper?
Senator, essentially an A+, I would say, but
so you're perfect. No room for improvement.
Realistically, I would say a B. Managing the shortfalls that we have with staffing,
Because of the decision, you can't be 100.
maintaining a safe operation, you know.
So Viper is a B. Waste Management.
I'll say a B.
Waste Management is a B. Lottery.
B+.
B+. So let's go back to Viper. What would you need to be able to get to the A?
Human resource.
And Waste Management?
Personnel, equipment.
Okay. And Lottery?
Legislation.
Okay, very well. All right, so let's go with some more operational issue, and I want to start off, of course, with waste management. And we talked about the tires earlier, and the tires is of real concern to me because, again, that's where a lot of the communicable diseases are spread. Chikungunya, dengue, Zika, all kind of diseases are spread via these tires. And I think it's so important that we really start to make some inroads in that. Again, if I had my way, I think that there should be a fee that is placed on importation of all of the tires coming into the territory. That way, we don't take away the discretion of whether or not to allow a person to take the tires or force them to leave it. And that is something that we're working on. I also want to ask, I know that waste management as well as Lottery talk about some challenges in terms of equipment and supplies. Have you tapped into the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, for example? Is there any funding opportunities there that you believe could assist you in being able to close the loop as it pertains to equipment and supplies?
Yes, Senator. We did tap into LEPC, there's an application form that we just recently got a few days ago that we will be filling out and sending forward.
And if I could ask each of you, how do you see technology, the advancement of technology or the use of technology playing an important role in your effectiveness? Because this issue of personnel is not one that is germane just to the Virgin Islands. Nationally, we have seen a decline in interest of law enforcement. How do you see technology playing a role, and what technology, if you could just briefly speak about that? How do you see technology and advancement of technology playing a role in your ability to, again, get to the A?
So,
authority?
So, Senator, the advancement in technology, specifically exposure to social media, makes it hard for. Well, is a
1 minute.
detraction for persons that may be interested in coming into the field with the negativities associated with what we are seeing playing out not only nationwide but around the world. On the positive side of that, technology plays an essential role in helping us meet our personnel shortages and being able to monitor areas that we don't have physical bodies on the ground.
Waste management?
Senator, technology plays a vital role when it comes, especially when we have our shortfall with manpower. Where I can't put a man, I could put a camera. Where my camera go down, I could put a drone. So I think that technology plays a very important role when it comes to the shortfalls.
Absolutely. Lottery?
Senator, I'm big on technology, and we have incorporated several devices to help assist us. Whereas at this point, being that we're a small unit, we have, people have already know our license plates for the vehicles that we're driving. So we kind of rely most on surveillance and where technology plays a vital role.
Very well.
Time.
And Mr. Chair, may I wrap up just two? Thank you, sir. And thank you for tech. I believe technology is definitely the way to go as it pertains to really maximizing your ability to do enforcement. And traffic enforcement. What role do you see traffic enforcement playing in your ability, again, to get to the A, of being effective and efficient? Port Authority?
So I'll allow the chiefs to respond to this question, Senator.
Louis Flynn, St. Croix District. It plays a big role, and that's why we hired additional personnel to assist us in the endeavor, because we don't have enough law enforcement personnel to do that. So we have security guards assisting us with moving the traffic, because in actuality, we don't want the vehicles to stay on the curbside. We want them to keep moving. We prefer them to park so they could pay us when they're leaving. But the idea is to have them keep moving. So traffic enforcement is important.
Okay, and that's your answer as well?
Yes,
Chief
Senator.
Wells? Okay. Waste management?
Traffic enforcement, yes. We do traffic stop individuals when they're coming into the bin site, even when they're not at the bin site. If we see a traffic infraction, we will stop these vehicles, regardless if we give them a citation or a verbal warning. So I do agree that, yes, traffic enforcement plays a vital role.
Very well. Lottery?
As far as traffic enforcement, we do give citations if something is happening right in front of us, but it's not an incentive that we go out every day to conduct traffic. So, no.
So those suspects that you have that you believe are involved in illegal lottery sales and those type of things, that they may have the necessary apparatus to carry out their business, is not an area that you believe that you could be able to, again, be effective with traffic enforcement?
It is something that I can definitely look into.
Okay, very well. And my final question, and then just a quick wrap up. Oh, let me say in the wrap up is I believe that it's very important for us to either move the legislation that requires us to address the illegal sales of lottery. We bleed $80 to $100 million of this territory. So I, for sure, you could count on me as one of the senators that would be in full support of us being able to close that loop and, again, addressing that particular issue. Whether we're going to tax them and get some benefit from it, or we minimize their opportunity for that $80 to $100 million to stop the leakage out of this territory. What is the collaboration that's happening with the other law enforcement agencies? I believe that there's a great opportunity for us to have force multipliers when we all come together as law enforcement agencies. Can you speak to how are you collaborating with the other law enforcement agencies, you at the table, as well as the Virgin Islands Police Department and the other peace officers to allow for force multipliers? Thank you.
You want me to go ahead? Go ahead.
Edred Wilkes Jr., Police Chief, St. Thomas and Dunn District. We work hand in hand with the VIPD, especially with our resources, our canines, our marine assets, and our tow trucks and stuff like that. And our officers also, if they need assistance, we go out and we catch some of their cases. If they're close in our proximity, we handle the cases in our proximity for the VIPD, to include accidents.
Louis Flint, St. Croix District. We rely a lot on the VIPD. We lean on them because of our my manpower shortage. That's our, when we call for assistance, that's who we depend on to come to work with us. And then we try to do work alongside with them doing traffic enforcement when we are able to do that. So we got good communications with them.
Senator, we have worked hand in hand with Port Authority on the St. Croix, certainly illegal dumping sites close to the airport where we actually went out. We met with them. I actually sent out some of my officers to make periodic checks to hopefully we can catch these individuals who have been illegally dumping. So that is an ongoing situation that we do assist.
Senator, we currently have and continue to work with VIPD in addition to our federal partners due to the extent of what we encompass and encounter at the lottery.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like them high scores, you argue yourself, B and B+, so we don't come back there. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, good afternoon, testifiers. I'm going to go quickly since 5 minutes is all we have. Director Polian, are you familiar with the term do-it-yourselfers?
DUIs, yes, ma'am. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so the individuals who change their used oil themselves at home, they have the opportunity to put their used oil in containers and drop them at the dump site. Is that correct?
They do not take it to the dump site. They will take it to the landfill. We do not accept any oil.
Now they take it to the landfill.
Yes. Yeah, we do not accept any oil, regardless if it's cooking or motor oil, at any of our bin sites.
But this was a practice that was done before, where individuals had the opportunity to drop it or they just dropped it there. So my question now is, do you have signs at your dump facilities educating people not to dump their used oil there, to take it to the so-called landfill?
The signs that we have right now, Senator, they do have the pictures which depicts what you should not bring to the bin sites.
Is that like visible for people to see? Because I go to dump my garbage and I don't see those signs, sir.
I know there's one at the Mambiju bin site that's very visible as you turn in. I know there's one at the Con Valley bin site. I have not traversed on St. Thomas as of yet, but I know that there are some signs visible posted.
What about Concordia?
Concordia, I need to go down to Concordia and check, but there are supposed to be signs posted at all the bin sites.
So, in an effort to educate the public, can your signs be bigger so individuals can see the signs, no illegal dumping, no dumping of used oil?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you say that you can identify illegal dumping areas where people dump refrigerators, car? Can you identify areas on the islands that people tend to dump their waste?
Yes, we can identify areas. Yes, Senator.
And can you also work on putting signs in those particular areas saying no illegal dumping?
We can, but just to let you know, that some of these areas that people are illegally dumping, people own these properties, so they are property-owned areas that their illegal dumping are taking place.
Well, I think you can get permission from the Department of Public Works to erect signs that is still a certain amount of feet from the government road to place those signs. So please let that not hinder educating those violators of waste, any kind of appliances that people put on in these particular areas. One thing, Mr. Rollins, based on a response, I have to ask you a question. Do you service vehicles for Port Authority?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator.
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by service vehicle, Senator?
You have Port Authority has vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
You have a mechanic shop?
That's correct.
So that means you service the vehicles there, correct?
Correct.
That means you generate used oil, transmission fluids. Are your barrels marked used oil, transmission fluid?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so that means you are a generator of waste. Do you have a manifest that logs when a waste hauler comes and pick up that waste? Have a manifest?
I don't know that we have a manifest, but I'm certain that we can provide records if necessary, Senator.
Well, being a generator of waste, and this is how we also help to minimize and protect our environment. When we generate waste, we have to make sure that it gets in the right place. Are you also familiar with the term cradle to grave?
I've heard it before. I'm not certain what you mean by that, Senator.
So that's where everyone who generates waste, and from the time you pick that up from my facility until it reaches its final destination of disposal, you have some part or responsibility when you generate waste. So my suggestion as a generator of waste, that you make sure your waste that you generate, that it's disposed of properly. I just wanted to say that there is also a concern that with all of these places that we pick up used oil and we hold it on these facilities, that some places I know, and I won't call them out, that you have your own little Exxon Valdez going on right in our backyard. And if we're going to collect used oil, that we have to be stewards of this environment and do the right thing. So as we out there regulating people, you're taking the used oil and you're putting it in your facility and you're not even protecting the environment. I don't know if my time has been called, but I just know what I know. And when I hear things here today, I'm like taken back because it's not being taken serious. And that's why people in the Virgin Islands will continue to throw their used oil on fence line to kill the grass, not understanding the impacts. And we need to do more education and outreach to the community to educate our public to let them understand how important it is to protect our environment. Mr. Chair, I don't know if my time is over, but thank you.
It's been over, but thank you for your line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you for your leniency. Thank you.
Yes. Although you said only 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, having fun.
All right, the senator's time has expired. So let's go back to this report card. These B and B plus that I'm hearing, I don't concur one bit. None are above C that I'm seeing, none. And I truly need all of you, lottery, waste management, and Port Authority, to tell us about your enforcement efforts as a form of deterrence, crime prevention. I asked specifically, yet not limited to, 6 items: recruitment, certification, and recertification, which I considered to be grouped, that's 2. Enforcement strategies, execution of penalties, citation records, and current initiatives. Of those 6 things, I could sit here and say that, yes, you have satisfied me on the responses of recruitment and certification and recertification. But I'm still waiting to hear on the enforcement strategies, the execution of penalties, the citation records, which some say down in the police precinct, and current initiatives. That's the conversation that I want to have with you all. So, I mean, I'm also concerned that, or let me say before I say my concern, each of you have a public relations or public information officer assigned to your entity, correct?
Yes.
That's waste management?
Yes.
Yes.
Senator.
Port Authority?
Yes, Senator.
Lottery, do you have a public information officer?
We have a marketing director, not a PI.
Okay, okay, 2 different things. I understand. But I mean, so for those of you that have the public information officer, these are things that we need out there so that we could reduce criminal activity in our territory. We are in a small territory, and it comes to me like we have more enforcement unit and division than what NYPD got in New York. And if we pool our resources together, crime should be at an all-time low. I just need people to do what they're supposed to do without anybody being on your backs about anything. Just do your part, and life will be a little easier here in the territory as it pertains to criminal activity. It'll be less. I am truly concerned, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Assistant Director Rollins, but in all your responsibilities, I mean, what are your scope of duties as the Assistant Director? And I ask that because it seems to be broad, with you having to do all these background checks territorially. I'm wondering what's going on in my island district of St. Croix, why we can't get the conveyor belt for the baggage working, and why we can't get a response. My office received information that military ship was trying to come in to the territory, St. Croix, and because they didn't get a response, from Port Authority that they went to Puerto Rico?
So, Senator, I'm not aware of the military ship trying to come in, but I'll look into that to see where we dropped the ball if we did. In reference to the conveyor belt, that has been working. I want to believe that we got it up and running last week, Thursday. And we also brought back persons to assist with luggage in the event that it goes down unexpectedly.
So still, I want to hear about the enforcement efforts from you guys. What's being done to assist with curtailing crime in our territory? Again, coming through the airport, there should be zero tolerance coming in there with no license plate on your car. I'm not trying to turn you all into traffic cops, but I mean, all this is law enforcement, and if we say that we want the law enforcement component, then let's do it holistically, not just partially. We're not looking for parking attendants. We're looking for law enforcement officers.
Senator, if I may, I operate an unmarked vehicle, lights and sirens. I have traffic stop many individuals because, one, they're not aware that the vehicle that I drive is a police car. So I do stop vehicles. My officers have been stopping vehicles
and this
on the
is
highway.
waste management, correct?
This is waste management, yes, Senator. Right. So we have been stopping individuals, those who are speeding, running red lights, stop signs, no seat belts. We won't write the citations, but we would issue a verbal warning.
So why are you not writing citations?
I just need to pick up some citation books.
So can we do that, please?
Yes.
The last time, that was the same thing again. I just met with the Assistant Commissioner of Police, the 2 district chiefs of police, and the deputy chief, and the traffic commanders. Please pick up the traffic citation books.
We will.
You guys are driving and operating government vehicles equipped with these emergency devices on a 24/7 basis. Mm-hmm. And there's too much infractions out there. Too much. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to make our highways a bit safer for all of us. And again, if we were to just clamp down, I'm saying it'll almost be no crime. Just think about it. If everybody is doing their small part. Mm-hmm. Port Authority, tell me what's going on. Enforcement efforts, your execution of penalties and whatnot. I saw a whole video that was viral around here on St. Thomas when there was a boot on someone's vehicle that was absolutely rude and obnoxious to the officer. And then only for the officer to be told, just take off the boot and whatnot. I hope that officer was supported because it's things like that that reduces the morale within the department and make officers don't want to enforce anymore if they're not going to be supported by management.
Edred Wilkes, Police Chief, St. Thomas St. John District. We do traffic stops on the airport road. Anywhere we see violations, we do issue citations. If the traffic stop is done on the airport and you're in violation, we have our own tow truck. We will tow you. We have an impound. The vehicle will be impounded until you can provide proper documents for the vehicle.
Exactly. Hold up right there, because that was my next question to ask if Port Authority have an impound lot. Do you have an established impound lot with established rules and regulations to operate the impound lot?
Yes, we do in St. Thomas, Senator.
And is there some place that the public can review your rules and regs as it pertains to the impound lot and know what the established fees are?
Yes, Senator.
So where can we go and look for this?
Check with our public information officer on that, Senator.
You're telling me to check with the public information
You asked me where you could go, so...
No, meaning the public.
The public, yes.
I speak for the public. I'm asking on behalf of the public. If they want to, if we want to go up right now.
Oh, that's on our website also,
Slow down a
Senator.
second. Only one of us could talk at a time. if my staff, not if, my staff is listening, so they're asking, where would they be able to go up right now online and get the information that we're talking about?
That information is on the Port Authority's website.
On the Port Authority website, which is?
VIPort.com.
VIPort.com. Okay. Staff, let me know. Go ahead on your efforts that you're saying.
So yes, citations, we do issue citations for traffic violations. I myself have my citation book in my vehicle. I've written numerous number of citations. We added additional cameras so we could basically see more of the airport, have more surveillance, and do more enforcement. We work closely with our federal partners in enforcing airport rules and regulations, stopping drugs and illegal firearms from coming in.
So traffic stopping them out on the street would be a deterrence before you even get to the attempt to get on the airplane.
Yes, Senator.
So, and that's where I'm getting at as well, because if we do these traffic stops 9 out of 10 times, we probably stop a bigger crime from happening, and you will never know. The thing is you're able to get it off the street. And kudos to the arrest. I think it was you guys with the guns and masks and everything that was confiscated. These are the type of things that we want to hear happening. Not people drag racing on the airport strip and then nobody ain't doing nothing. Not people coming in, no license plate, heavily tinted windows. You don't know what they're coming in to do. The car stopped there. People, you got hundreds of people here in St. Thomas checking in there and whatnot. Anything could happen, God forbid. We want to make sure that we are preventing crime. The other agencies, Lottery, tell me about your efforts.
Jakima D. Richards, Director, Security and Investigation, Virgin Islands Lottery. Senator, from my inception of coming on board approximately 8 months or so ago, I immediately went to the court and got citation books for each of my officers territorially.
Stop right there. When was the last time you went for citation books? 8 months ago.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know why I know that? Because you ain't going to the court no more for citation books. The police department is responsible to get these citation books. And the courts already say, you know what, we ain't doing this no more. So you should be getting your citation books. How many marked units do you have?
We don't have marked units. All of our units are unmarked.
Okay. How many unmarked units do you have?
We currently have 3 on
equip a light and siren, just those.
5. Territory.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you where they are. My point is so you should be able to tell me as well how many citations you issued in the last 60 days in this calendar year. You issue any citations this year?
Definitely. Within this calendar year, of course, I was in the process of revamping and restructuring our division. The new officers that came on, approximately there's probably 6 or 7 citations between them on the island of St. Thomas. On the island of St. Croix, I don't have my officer going out on the road at this current juncture.
Waste management?
Waste management, we haven't issued any traffic citations. We issued more illegal dumping citations.
And you're going for your traffic citation booklet, sir?
That is correct.
Port Authority, you have traffic citation booklets for your officers in the respective districts?
Most affirmative, Senator. For the St. Thomas district, thus far, we have issued around 25 citations for this calendar year.
Right.
St. Croix, 6.
6 what?
Citations.
6 citations in this calendar year?
In this calendar year.
All right. I just need you all to step up your enforcement efforts in an attempt to reduce crime here in this territory and make the place a safer place. That's why we have these satellite law enforcement agencies. Now, while you all have your specific specialties, you're still overall law enforcement officers. You have every authority that a regular police officer have. And some of you have even more more authority than a regular officer. So we need you all to step up your game and enforce the Virgin Islands Police Department so that we could have a safer community. All right, on this note, I will just do a quick 2 minutes if anyone wants to ask anything. And if none, okay. Mr. Minority Leader, you recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do Waste Management, Port Authority, Latry do monthly evaluation on your officers?
Question? I didn't.
Do you do monthly evaluation on your officers?
Yes, we do.
Attendance, different things. So you do that?
Yes, we do.
Waste management, we don't. Only upon hiring.
Okay. Port Authority?
We do probationary evaluation after the first 6 months, and then we do annual evaluations.
Okay. Do you do monthly reports in terms of, the operation that your function of your functions?
Jakima D. Richards, Director, Security Investigations, Virgin Islands Lottery. I receive reports from my officers twice a month. This is for VLT inspections and anything that they may come upon with illegal gaming activities, stuff like that.
Okay.
Senator, all officers and inspectors do turn in a daily report and a monthly. They're now going to be turning in a monthly report.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my statement. Daily, we don't get stuff daily.
Okay, because I'm saying you should be able to generate from those reports all the information that was needed, asked by the chair, should be generated right from those reports.
Correct.
They can tell you everything, officers' attendance, officers being counseled, and different things like that. Now, in finally, who is the access person for Waste Management, Port Authority, Latry in regards to officer involved, maybe in a shooting, officer involved in a fight, that they can go to for maybe any counseling to assist them, or how is it done in each of your departments?
For waste management, Senator, we do have our human resources that they will be able to give the officer the necessary help that they would need.
Oh, get it to them?
Correct. The same thing at the Virgin Islands Lottery. Our HR division handles that.
Okay. And Port Authority?
The same with Port Authority.
Okay. Thank you for the time. In closing, I just like to say, I got 42 years in the government. I spent 26 in the police department. One thing I heard about technology, what we have gone to, I have seen in 42 years is the standards for our personnel, individuals with hearts, lungs, who care and stuff like that. Our standards have dropped. So of course, the technology is going to be the best thing since sliced bread. There's nothing better than that officer out there on the ground, a human being. So for me, any one of you rate your departments less than an A+, I can't support you. Don't drop because no senator or nobody tell you, oh, I don't agree with your C+. Negative. A+. Invest in your personnel and you'll see the difference. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. My grade still a C. You could self-grade yourself. I know a lot of students would like to give themselves a grade, but they have to get it from the teacher. Yes, I'm going to come to you just now. I want to go back to Port Authority with the impound lot. I know, Chief Wilkes, you responded for St. Thomas. We have an impound lot on St. Croix. Chief Flynn?
Yeah, we just identify an area that we planning to make it into the impound lot.
Just now since we're here?
We used it during the president visit. So we saying yes, we could continue using that area.
So I'm asking.
For that purpose.
So I'm asking because there's a number of obvious abandoned vehicles left on the airport and St. Croix. You aware of that?
Yes.
How many? No. Use
I
the
don't
chief.
have. I don't have. But it's for paid parking.
Yeah,
so I don't control the parking lot.
You control the parking lot for security
I don't.
reasons.
I don't have the number.
Slow down for me. Slow down for me. Okay, tell me if you don't have the number, but don't tell me you don't control the parking lot. You guys are the police for the airport, and if there's a vehicle left unattended there for X amount of time, by all means, you're supposed to know.
We know.
Okay, so there's more than one, correct?
Yes.
Is there more than two?
Yes.
Is there more than three? Yes. So, and I'll stop there because I know we see it. Yes. So this is why I'm asking. Listen, when I ask these things, I don't be asking because I want to put people on the spot. No, I want us to correct these things. We shouldn't have to wait until somebody complain about it for us to address it. And so now that you're saying that you have identified some place for an impound lot, I'm going to encourage you to make sure that you establish policies and procedures or rules and regulations to operate the impound lot is made public with the fees and whatnot so that people could know. Don't leave your car in the airport because you run a risk of it being impounded. All right? Senate President Francis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just really wanted to ask each of the law enforcement before us today if they could just put on the record what is the 3 goals for calendar year 2024.
Edred Oaks Police Chief, St. Thomas St. John District Report Authority. My goals are personnel, more training, more equipment.
St. Croix, Louis Flynn. Personnel, the ranking structure, and also some new vehicles.
And you mentioned about these things in broad subject. Are you saying that you're working towards achieving these, or if there's a number that you intend to try to achieve, or how are you able to evaluate the goals and create objectives to meet those goals? If you could just quickly, when you talk about personnel, what is it that you're expecting in terms of personnel? What is it that you're expecting for training, and also equipment? What is it that you're trying to work towards making sure that you have?
And St. Croix for personnel, realistically, I'm thinking about getting at least 4 full-time by the end of the year. The vehicles, I'm expecting at least 3 by the end of the year. And equipment-wise, okay, let's see first. I don't have equipment.
Equipment-wise, I'm trying to upgrade the Taylors to the new models, getting some more vehicles, and some more training, vessel trainings. Trying to put together our SRT team, trying to get them trained.
Waste management?
Senator, I would say with more personnel,
Time.
that should lessen the amount of fines that we issue. Because with more personnel, I can put them in these strategic areas. But with the personnel, we're going to need vehicles and we're going to need equipments as well.
Mr. Chair, if we just have...
Senator Jakima Richards, Director of Security and Investigations, Virgin Islands Lottery. 3 of my goals would be the one, getting legislation passed, of course. Training for current personnel that was just recently hired. And one goal that I have already accomplished is being able to conduct our own investigations in-house on a world scale.
Very well, and I conclude by stating that my position is technology is the way to go. I stand by my word. The military and everybody else is focusing on creating technology to replace a lot of the work that human beings have to do. Again, because it safeguard and protect our human being. So technology is something that we always want to be able to explore and I'll make sure that we're working towards achieving and broadening our horizon in terms of technological advancement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for your engagement. Thank you, testifiers. Oh, you do want to say something this time? No, I asked you and you said no. So don't make it seem like I forgot you. But go right ahead, Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized.
What I said is I didn't want a full 5-minute round again.
You may proceed,
I didn't mind
ma'am.
taking 2 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I just have 2 quick questions. Number one, if someone happens to see, if you guys happen to see on video Waste Management Authority what somebody's doing that's illegally dumping stuff at the what do you guys do? And what is the largest fine you've ever put out for individuals that you've caught on camera?
The largest fine that we have put out for caught on camera is $1,000.
Okay.
We have issued greater fines than that, but it was actually in-person fines. It wasn't caught on camera. That's to answer the
So
first
1,000
question.
that's the largest on camera. And give me an example of a larger infraction that you've put fines for in person.
So we have issued fines of $5,000, which sewage was spewing from someone's business. So they did get a $5,000 fine.
Okay.
That's to answer your first question. Second one, yes, if someone sent us a video, whereas a vehicle is going down the road with no tarpaulin, they send it to me, I will forward it to the officer. If the officer is in that immediate area, they will get to the scene, make the traffic stop, and they will issue the citation. Or what I will say is they will send me the picture. Once we get a good picture of your license plate, we will run it through Vitima. Vitima let me know who you are, where you live. I will send one of my officers to your location, to your house. They will issue the citation.
Okay, understood. The second question I wanted to ask is lottery. I want to go back to the safety because, again, I know we have a lot of elderly senior lottery dealers. And because I frequent that area, I am so concerned about their safety sometimes. Who authorized for the parking on the sidewalks? Because I know, how does that work out? Because I know sidewalks are for people to walk on, not to be out in the street. So when you guys are occupying the sidewalks and people have to now walk out in the street, who authorized for that to happen? And is this a temporary situation? Explain to myself and the audience.
Jakima D. Richards. Jakima D. Richards, Director of Security and Investigation, Virgin Islands Lottery. As far as, because of the vehicles, the law enforcement vehicles and what's inside of the vehicles, the cameras, having the cameras there, we're able to track what's taking place as far as our vehicles because of what's inside of them. Seniors, we're monitoring the cameras. We pay. So if a senior looks to pass or whatever, we assist them. But it's rarely. Most of the seniors walk alongside the Ashford building, where Ashford is at, alongside that other building where it's covered and out of the sun. That's where most of our dealers sit as well, because it's out of the sun.
Okay, and to the question that I asked about parking on the sidewalk, was that authorized or is that a temporary situation?
It's just a temporary fix for now because of the logistics of the location.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Is that all you need, ma'am? Thank you. All righty. So concluding here now, so my staff is unable to locate anything on the impound lot, Port Authority. So I'm just saying, let's work on that, okay, for future. This is how we get to minimize a number of, again, criminal activity that we're seeing. We want to really try to prevent. Also, I received an email earlier. Again, people look at looking at the proceedings, and I guess when we were talking about the number of slots and if the post/VIPD, because VIPD is the one who controls the police academy. Whether or not they have specific dates for a start of a class, I'm told that there's a postponement of what was supposed to be the upcoming class, and however, there's no date provided as to when it's postponed until. And also that you all are asked like the number of seats that you'd like for the upcoming class. However, the thing is with that is that there's no confirmation on the start of the class until almost immediately. By this time, some of you have lost your applicants. So again, we need to just coordinate that so that we could bridge the gap of our recruitment efforts and keep people, because the salaries that you all talking, and I am so surprised that the good Senate President ain't tell you how much money he made when he came in.
He did.
Oh, you did?
He did.
I must have missed that one where I went out to lunch.
He did.
How much you said? $14,000. Imagine that. And today, with overtime now, some of them making in excess of $300,000. Yes, sir, Papa. Hey, money day. Right? That's what you said. Or see money day. But on a serious note, this is why we want to make sure that our enforcement efforts step up. Again, my push for enforcement efforts is to make the place a safer place, not to lock them up and throw away the key. I spent 21 years at the police department, and that was not my focus, to lock up and throw away the key, but to make this place a safer place. And again, if all of us pull our resources together and just do our part, we'll be in a better place. All right? And lastly, Waste Management Enforcement Director, please put a number on the record where people can call when they see these stove, fridge, and everything else that's supposed to be in your house out on our public roadways. It's truly sickening, because 911 is not the number to call. It's not an emergency. 911 is for emergency purposes only. But what is the office number for waste management that individuals can call? Because we also call Public Works, which for St. Croix is 773-1290. I'm not sure what the number is on St. Thomas.
For St. Croix, Senator, the office number is 712-4962. And then we do have a hotline.
Repeat numbers, please. And that's for waste management.
Waste management on St. Croix, the main office number is 340-712-4962. And we do have a territory hotline is 1-844 WMA USVI.
Thank you. So just repeat the two numbers one more time. Waste management.
Waste management, St. Croix, main number 340-712-4962. St. Thomas number 340-715-9100. And the hotline 844 WMA USVI.
Thank you. And Public Works again, St. Croix 773-1290, and St. Thomas is 776-4844. That's 776-4844. Public Works. I want to thank each of you for your testimony here today, and I'm going to give you 30 seconds to close out, starting with VI Lottery. Then we'll move to Waste Management, and then the Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins. Just want to thank you for the time to be able to come and speak on behalf of the Enforcement Division of the Virgin Islands Lottery, and for us to be able to once again tell you of the importance of the legislation that we need passed. Thank you.
I would like to thank
Waste Management. Always identify yourself.
Anderson Polian, Senior Waste Management Director. I would like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to come before you today. I'm hoping that we can get the necessary funding needed to get our task completed for a cleaner and brighter tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for the time to provide this testimony today, and we greatly appreciate the conversation and the feedback.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your testimony and all that you do on behalf of the territory. I know while I asked for us to step up our efforts, I also want the community to be educated on what's going on. It'll make your job a lot easier when we publicize things. And so those of you with a public information officer, I encourage you, your enforcement division, to work alongside them so that things could be much easier on you and the officers. Thank you all so much. Again, the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety commenced this morning just after 10 a.m. Hearing Bill 35-0115, which speaks to the Fair Chance of an Employment Act. That measure was passed unanimously and was forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee, which will hear it for and take further action before it goes to session. And now we've just concluded the second block, hearing from 3 of our law enforcement agencies within the territory, that of the Lottery Division, the Waste Management Authority, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Again, thank you all. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety is hereby adjourned.